Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of District Heights City Meeting, and it is Thursday, April the 3rd, 2025, and it is 7:03 p.m., and I call this meeting to order. We will now have Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Vice Mayor Gomez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gomez. We will have the opening prayer from Commissioner Harcourt.
Everyone can just bow your heads. Dear Lord, we ask that you come and bring your spirit into this room and wrap your arms around us as we go through these troubling times. We ask that you find it in your grace to give us hope and give us calm and peace as we navigate these bumpy waters. We ask that you give District Heights and all its leaders and representatives the grace and wisdom to lead us and our residents through these times so that we'll find our way through the other end together as a group and a community that will stick together and be at peace together and find joy through it all. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Harcourt. We will now get ready to go into our presentations. Before I get started, I want to congratulate our District 7 council member, now our Vice Chair of the County Council, Crystal Ryder. I just wanted to say thank you, and let's give her a round of applause. So the first recognition will be a proclamation recognizing World Autism Day. And Ms. Ward, can you come on up? You're going to have to speak a little bit about Miles.
Oh, okay. The color coordinated memo.
Yes. By accident.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So, tell everyone about your journey. It can be short, but Miles is an awesome young man, and we need to be reminded of all the hard work that he puts in every day in the support of his mother.
So, my name is LaTanya Ward. I am the parent of an autistic son. He is 18, soon to be 19 next month. Miles was diagnosed at the age of 6, which is rather late. Now I think that age is around 17 months to maybe 2 years old. So a lot has happened since the time that our journey started. Research, education, awareness has definitely been pivotal in our in his thriving and development. And I would have to say that having a community and family members to help with that journey has been very helpful in his development as well. Miles could not be here today. He is through all of his challenges and triumphs and things of that nature, he is actually in college now. So it has been a journey, some challenges with learning differences. I don't want to say it's a disability because he is able, as are most neurodiverse. So it has been a journey for him. He has to kind of put a little bit more work in than most. And I thank the mayor for, he earned a scholarship, so he got a scholarship last year. I stayed on him so he can get another one. But he is at home studying, and he has a standing appointment with one of his career counselors. So that's where he is tonight, and I stand here to accept the proclamation, without him, but he would have been here with me if he did not have that appointment. So thank you for listening. We will be back next year. And I'll keep you all abreast of how things progressing, so thank you.
Please do.
Yes.
And you do post
I post a lot.
pictures on
Yes.
Facebook. And let people know what you do beyond Miles.
Yes, so outside of being Miles' mom, I do work for the federal government too, so keep us in prayer. Outside of that, my career, I am a member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
Really?
Really,
Soror?
Soon to be a 28-year member. I serve as the International Autism Acceptance Director for the Sisterhood. So that encompasses programming, awareness, outreach, advocacy, the whole nine. So we are the only Black letter Greek organization that has taken up this cause. And we have been for the last 7, 8 years. In addition to that, I am also affiliated with Autism Speaks. I work on their Executive Leadership Council. It's sort of like mid-level, and I also sit on their National Development Committee. So it is really, really important to have people of color sit at the table and continue to advocate for things that are sometimes overlooked, where our voices are not always heard, there are nuances in our community where, we're just affected sometimes a little differently just because of our culture, because of our upbringing, sometimes because of the resources that don't necessarily reach as far. So I make sure that our voice is heard, that we're at the table, that we are, everybody make sure that we have the same as everybody else. So, and again, it's a village. It's a village. So that's what I do.
You're so awesome.
Thank you.
Give her a round of applause. So, we've been doing this quite a while.
Yeah.
That we honor this is a proclamation from the city of District Heights, whereas autism spectrum disorder, the fastest growing developmental disability in the United States, affecting 1 in 36 children, is an urgent public health crisis that demands a national response. And whereas Autism Speaks is an organization dedicated to promoting solutions across the spectrum and throughout the lifespan for the needs of individuals with autism and their families. They do this through advocacy and support, increasing understanding and acceptance of people with autism, advancing research into causes and better interventions for autism spectrum disorder and related conditions. So whereas in the light of growing impact of autism spectrum disorder and the need for greater awareness, Autism Speaks holds a kindness campaign, Autism Speaks Kindness, for the month of April. The campaign encourages acceptance, understanding, and inclusion with daily acts of kindness. The Kindness Campaign is a great way to celebrate World Autism Month, or World Autism Day in April. And whereas the city of District Heights is honored to take part in the annual observance of Autism Acceptance Month and World Autism Awareness Day, in the hope that it will lead to better understanding of the disorder. Now therefore, I, Cynthia Miller, Mayor of the City of District Heights, Maryland, hereby recognize April 2nd, 2025 as World Autism Day and recognizes April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month in the state of Maryland to raise public awareness of autism spectrum disorder and the myriad of issues surrounding autism, as well as to increase the knowledge of the programs that have been and are being developed to support autistic individuals and their families. And again, we really appreciate you. Thank you for that awesome son of Miles. And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Okay.
So we have some other presentations because as the years has been going on, the city of District Heights will be 90 years old next year. So we think about the volunteers that have been here for years. I mean, I would say 50 plus. Can I say 50 plus, Mr. Waters, or? I'm just saying a high number because most of them
Yeah.
are 40s.
Collectively,
Collectively, so.
Hundreds.
Not trying to put an age on anyone, but we don't. But we're gonna be doing a series at every meeting where we honor our District Heights volunteers who put their time and efforts in. So tonight, we're doing 3 residents that we are honoring, and it will continue on. So this is a volunteer appreciation certificate. And this first one is, the certificate is presented to Geraldine Marshall. Could you please come up front? Okay. So in recognition of your outstanding dedication and service to the community of District Heights, your time, effort, and the commitment have made a meaningful impact, and we sincerely appreciate your contributions. Thank you for your selfless support in making our community a better place. So this is for you, and we're gonna take a picture.
well, one with the mayor first and then we'll
Yeah.
come.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We come.
No,
We're
I'm
gonna
coming.
come.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yes.
One more.
Okay, and then the commission.
We're gonna do 2 this time. Ready? Here comes number 1. And one more. With big smiles this time. Thank you.
All right.
Stay on the side.
We're gonna stand on the side. Well, thank you so much.
And thank you for allowing me to serve. I really, really enjoy serving District Heights. I love District Heights from the bottom of my heart. And I have been in the city, come August the 17th, 50 years.
So this next volunteer appreciation certificate is a longtime resident and volunteer, Mr. James Fisher. Did we surprise you? So anyway, in recognition of your outstanding dedication and service to the community of District Heights, your time, effort, and commitment have made a meaningful impact, and we sincerely appreciate your contributions. Thank you for your selfless support in making our community a better place. Thank you so much. All right, Commission.
Okay, 2 times. Here's the first. And one more. Thank you.
All right, thank you and congratulations. So this next volunteer appreciation certificate, Bill Johnson. Mr. Bill.
somebody to take a picture for you. Who's gonna take the picture? Who's gonna take the picture for Mr. Bill? Come on.
I got it.
You got it, Kelly?
We fooled you, Mr.
We
Bill.
fooled you. Get over here.
I know.
City Card.
I know I can't say
So I was gonna read it, but I think you already know. I don't have to read it.
This is wonderful receiving.
All right.
Good.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
He's this special, I'm holding his certificate, right?
Maybe all move to your left just a little bit.
That's good.
Perfect. And tell me then, Jennifer, please. Thank you. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
I
Because he's
just,
always our photographer,
yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, he should say something.
Basically, thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners and staff and citizens. This is great to receive an award for, I don't know what I did, but thank you.
Let's give all of our volunteers a round of applause. And stay tuned for the next set of volunteers that will be recognized, because we definitely appreciate all of you. And thank you.
We should have did this a long time ago, but better late than never.
Yeah, I think the timing is great
It's a
now.
good time, yeah.
So next up, we have the approval of the agenda for the city meeting that has been posted online in the city clerk's office. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Vice Mayor Gomez moved that the City Commission approve the agenda for April 3rd, 2025 city meeting.
Could I get a second?
Commissioner Janifer seconds the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you for that. Now we are to the approval of the consent agenda. We have items on the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are denoted with an asterisk and are presented for approval through a single motion. A commissioner may remove an item from the consent agenda for replacement as an active item for separate comment and action. There are a couple of items before we approve the consent agenda. I'm going to ask David to talk about, was it 3 items that's on the agenda, just to give you a summary of what's on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 3 items proposed on the consent agenda tonight. The first is meeting minutes from a prior meeting, which I will not go into detail on. The first significant item on the consent agenda is the execution or approval of 3 memorandums of understanding with various community-based organizations. The first is with AARP, Chapter 939. They are continuing to formalize and renew their relationship with the city of District Heights. In this instance, it's to have District Heights become a permanent home for some of their classes and board meetings and committee meetings on a regular basis. In exchange for this, residents are going to be able to access AARP programming, such as driving classes, phone introductions, and things of that nature, in the District Heights Senior Center with little or no cost to them. The arrangement reserves up to 50% of each of these classes for District Heights residents, in addition to AARP members. The second is the formalization of a kind of a quiet pilot that we've been running. That is with Narcotics Anonymous. So the city has become a group meeting place. That has been extremely successful and is a great amenity and service to offer in the community. I can tell you that not only is it free to community members, but participants have done some community service. They've, shampooed and cleaned the carpets in here, for example, in exchange for being able to use the space. So we're happy to formalize that relationship. And then finally, there is a MOU with a group of 3 organizations that kind of fall under the Hope in Action umbrella. One of these organizations has a contractual arrangement with Amazon Foods to distribute free food across Northern Virginia and Maryland. They're looking to expand into Prince George's County, and they're looking to expand with us. So the city's part is to become sort of the main agent in Prince George's County for this food distribution. In exchange, we get free food distribution in the community, as well as stocking for our emerging Little Free Pantry program, which Ms. Emerson, I'm sure, will give you an update on later. So, these are kind of neutral fiscal impact items, but they all offer different types of community benefits and services at, no additional cost to the city. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before I move on to the next item.
Okay. Any questions from the commission regarding the MOUs? Okay.
The other item that was proposed on consent was the labor relations ordinance. What I would want to flag for the commission's benefit is we do have members of the public signed up to speak on the labor relations ordinance. So if it's the commission's pleasure, we would request that either get removed from the consent agenda, or those folks would get to sign up get to speak before the commission takes action on the consent agenda.
Speak before.
All right, so I will give a brief update, and then I will hand it back to you, Madam Mayor. The draft ordinance in the packet tonight, you can see on the PowerPoint here, has 2 main updates that were the result of feedback from the commission at the March 22nd work session. You recall, we introduced the ordinance on March 6th and brought it to work session on the 22nd. The commission had 2 requests. They wanted to strike a personnel committee in favor of a labor relations commissioner. That language has been removed from the draft. And they wanted the cost for the labor commissioner to be split 1/2 between the employee labor organization and the city. And so the language that you can see in red is the inserted language to address that question or concern. So those are the 2 additions that have been made to the draft. We did get feedback from the union that employees have been working with on 3 areas. The first is the collection of dues. The second is additional flexible language for the labor commissioner, as well as some improved language around impasse and arbitration. That is available on your screen here, and I'm happy to distribute that. In short, the collection of dues, the union is asking that the city kind of agree to act as the fiscal agent and collect dues and then distribute those dues back to the union as a part of its payroll process. The labor commissioner is actually a very good insert to the language, and basically allows the labor commissioner to work on a very clearly ad hoc basis. And then impasse and arbitration reinserts or seeks to reinsert language in the original version that basically beefs up the arbitration process if there's an impasse in contract negotiations.
That's it. Okay.
Yes, those are the salient points for both union-identified issues and updates to the draft that are currently in your packet. Mr. Farrar, I believe, is here. Should you have any, there he is. Should you have any additional questions?
Before he comes up, we need to vote on the consent agenda
I would suggest that
after they
you have
speak.
public speakers, yes.
All right. Okay, Mr. Farrar.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
The mic.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I don't have anything else to add other than what Mr. Street did add. Those are, what you have is what you had requested that we do. So we gave you the corrections that you requested. You know, should the commission have any questions about these additions, I'm more than happy to answer them to the extent that we can answer them. I do believe that those came from Mr. Berry and his group, but you know, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the commission?
Yes, I have one.
Sure, Commissioner Tillman.
So I do have a question about the collection of the dues. You know, I see on the draft that you sent that, that it was no fees collected. So why would you put something like that on there that they cannot collect any fees? Like, I don't understand, like, why was that presented?
Certainly. So the policy decision was that the dues would be, that the city would not insert itself in a relationship between the employees and the union. And so that it would be a direct relationship, so that from a policy perspective, it would not appear as if the city was in any way, shape, or form interfering with the relationship between the union members and the union. And so what you didn't want to have happen was for anyone to say that the city was inappropriately exercising influence through the collection or payment of dues. And there was also another policy consideration with that as well, that the union member could interface directly with the union. And so finally, the other policy consideration was that the city didn't want to increase its administrative costs of administering and serving as a fiscal agent in that relationship.
So I guess, like, how would the union collect dues? I mean, I never seen it written where they don't collect dues, other than what was specified as like as a group effort, like, you know, where they kind of.
Sure. So the thought is that that the union could collect the dues directly from the member. Mm-hmm. So for example, I don't know if you have like Planet Fitness or Gold's Gym, like you can authorize them to receive directly from your account a payment. So that's how that relationship could be established. Again, the thought was to keep the city out of the relationship.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, thank you. That's not to say we can't, to Commissioner Tillman's point, but that we have some reservations about being a middle person and collecting and then distributing money.
Yeah.
Again, not to say you can't, you can. It's just, we wanted to articulate that particular concern and perspective.
Okay, yeah, and I think that should be kind of something that change that say they can, you know, like get their dues, because I don't, you know, I think getting them manually would be something like a, you know, inconvenience, you know, like that's like asking for money, you know, personally or something. So I don't know. I'm just not in favor of them getting it manually. I think there needs to be some kind of adjustment made or something where they can kind of, you know, that's just my personal opinion, you know, so, yeah.
So when a union comes, don't you have so when you come up to speak, you can speak on the deductions of the dues. I am a family member of Local 689. They take care of the dues, not transit. They don't touch it. And so it makes sense because it takes the principal person out of, if there are any problems with deducting from a person's account. I mean, I think that asks a lot of the city to be involved in collecting dues. Now, that's my version of, we don't need to be involved in that because it just makes it, we're to the point now where we do some things better than they were years ago. But to get us involved in dues collecting, I think is asking a lot. Any other comments or questions from the commission?
I do, if I may. Thank
Sure.
you, Madam Mayor. I think it would be better for the staff, based on past performance as a future predictor of what we had in the past, and as a protection for the staff, for them to have direct front-facing relationship with the union, for them to be able to have that relationship where they pay. I would feel more comfortable as a union person to be able to have that type of control over paying my dues directly to the staff, as opposed to anything could happen to the, you know, we could get another person like we had previously in accounting. Anything could happen where there's a disruption. This way, we won't have to worry about a situation like that where it'll be a continuous relationship between the employee and the union that will not be interrupted by any change of administration that should happen between a change in the administration, an accounting hiccup. These things would be taken care of. These are simple. We have technology in place. I have automatic payments on all of my accounts. I don't see anything. I don't write any checks. These things are not difficult. These are costs that won't be incurred by the city. We are in a difficult budget season. We don't need to incur any additional costs. We are already incurring costs taking on this exercise right now, and so we should be mindful of not taking on any additional cost, while at the same time protecting our staff and looking out for them in the future. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Harcourt. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so now we'll go into our public participation. Mr. John Berry, UFCW Union Representative. And welcome again, and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Miller, Commissioner Harcourt, Vice Mayor Gomez, Commissioner Janifer, Commissioner Tillman. Okay, so I would like to get straight to the point and say, first of all, about a week ago, a lot of federal employees were told that they have no right to form a union in the District of Columbia, and they were told, you know, basically that was through the Trump administration. So we're doing the opposite thing, which is we're enabling their ability to collectively bargain. These are tough times, and I'm glad to see that we're actually moving in the direction of serving these people's rights. Let's go to the individual items that we're talking about. Let's talk about dues checkoffs. I want to say, first of all, dues checkoffs are really essential to the function of the union. When employees decide that they want representation, and when they decide who they want to represent them, then they initiate the bargaining process. At the end of the bargaining process, a contract comes out, and in that contract are several things, including the dues authorization process, or the dues checkoff process. When an employee authorizes the deduction of dues, the form goes to the city. We use this with Laurel, Maryland. There's a form to sign to make sure that the city is not legally responsible. for anything. And I think I showed David some of those forms, and you can look at them yourselves. So that makes sure that the city is not put in the middle of the process, and it makes sure that they're not legally responsible for anything. We are the ones who are legally responsible because, and the other, from our end, we don't want those people to be paying dues when they're not working. Okay? So let's say they leave their job. We would have to come back and say, you're only paying dues if you are working. And if you're not, and if you're fired, and then you come back to us and say, wait, I was only working 2 weeks of that month, that makes it more complicated. So I see where you're coming from, and I think that what we're really trying to do is make sure that this language does not stop us from actually moving forward and finding a way to accommodate everybody. And Ray Lee is advisor to the president, and he has been involved in a lot more negotiations with public sector than I have, so he can answer some of the other questions. I want to say that the dues checkoff protects workers from paying dues when they are not working, and that all unions that I know of, but not all unions, but the ones AFSCME, Teamsters, UFCW, rely on dues authorization. Without dues authorization, we could not exist. In fact, there is actually legislation in Congress right now from the right wing trying to stop dues authorization checkoff because that is one way of crippling a labor union. The city code prohibiting dues checkoff would actually prevent the workers from exercising their rights to get, if they wanted to go to Teamsters, or they wanted to go to AFSCME, or they wanted to go to another labor union, and those labor unions and contingent on membership was dues checkoff, they wouldn't be able to do that. So let's sit down, we can leave language out, or we can sit down and talk about it, because we understand your concerns and our concerns, and I think we can find a common ground. But the current language would prohibit that and would prohibit them from, from paying dues or becoming members of a union because when you become a member, you sign dues authorization. Okay, so we've included proposed language which says where an employee organization has been certified as exclusive representative of the employee in a unit, it shall be the only employee organization eligible to obtain an agreement from the employer to deduct from the pay of those employees in the unit who provide written authorization any dues or fees designated or certified by the appropriate officer of the employee organization, and to remit such fees to the employee organization. If an employee's religious practices do not permit, so that's to cover that possibility, the employee may donate a sum equivalent to dues or fees to a charitable organization. That's all suggested language. But the point is, we want to protect everybody's back, and we think this language would do that. So we're leaving that up to you as a possibility. The other item is impasse resolution. Part of negotiating collectively is coming to an agreement. And impasse resolution ensures that bargaining is going to lead to a contract resolution. If you sit down and bargain and one side gets up and leaves, you haven't come to an agreement. And then we wind up bringing it to the city itself and the commission. And then you wind up being faced with all those individual issues. The point of a collective bargaining agreement is to bring a completed contract to you for you to vote on or approve or disapprove as you choose. Arbitration is what we use when we're in the public sector. There is no right to strike in the contract, and arbitration is the alternative to striking. It's a procedure whereby both parties bring their case to an agreed upon third party, and arbitration in the public sector accompanies the no strike provision, so we say no strikes. Arbitration is a way of resolving things, and without binding arbitration, those disputed elements will be brought straight to the city. So we want this to be a way of resolving issues and resolving any impasses. And I am going to, and I have the language up there, the proposed language for that. But it's basic basic language, but the idea is that the important thing about impasse resolution is we don't wind up against a brick wall. If we have a deadline, we want to get to that deadline before the next budget. We don't want to sit here forever going back and forth. Arbitration is the way to put things, bring things to an end. And I am going to hand it off to Ray, because
Raymond Lee.
Raymond Lee, and he is quite experienced in this process, so if you have any questions, he's a good guy to ask.
Thank you, John. Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
Commissioners. I want to add to what John said. I'm a former District Heights resident. As a matter of fact, my first house was in District Heights, not within the incorporated city limits, but on the side where we wish we all lived over here. That's another story. To speak to the dues deductions, I'm familiar with HEU and the process that they've utilized for years. I'm good friends with Raymond Jackson, but let me remind you of what happened to them years ago when Raymond was running for re-election. The National Labor Relations Board overturned their election and made them rerun it because there were individuals that were behind on their dues. And technically, if you're not paying dues, you're not an active member. He had won. But they overturned the election and he had to run again for the very reasons that John Berry said. It protects the employee to have it automatically deducted from their payroll. You have workers' comp claims where individuals are not working or being paid through workers' comp. We don't collect dues when a person is getting subsidized through a workers' comp claim. And we want to ensure that their status as an active member is protected. If we had to rely on an automatic deduction coming through a third-party entity and it lapses, this person doesn't have the right to even vote in a union election. The person doesn't have a right to even vote and ratify his or her contract. And I've seen members and union presidents that are beloved, like Raymond Jackson, be put in precarious spaces because of that. The two largest government entities in the state, Prince George's County and both Montgomery County, have automatic dues deductions that are done by the employer. It protects the employer and it protects the employee as well. To speak to the impasse resolution, look, we see what happens when laws are designed to protect the employer rather than the employee. Every morning we've woken up since this guy has taken over at the White House, people are losing their jobs. They just stripped away all of their right to collectively bargain. They stripped away grievance rights. They stripped away the dues deductions. The law was designed to protect the employer and not the employee. I think we have a responsibility to protect the employees, not at the behest of the employer, but we want to ensure that when all of you are gone, that the other folks have the proper belts and suspenders so the employees can be taken care of. Meaningful impasse resolution does that. And what hasn't been mentioned is this. When you work for any government entity, the budget still has to be approved by people that are elected. So even after we come to a tentative agreement, the agreement has to come before you all because it now is a budgetary item. And you can vote to reject any item on the budget and send us back to the bargaining table if you believe that it's unaffordable. So it does not usurp the commissioner or the mayor's authority to have binding arbitration. What it does do is puts both parties on equal footing and forces both parties to bargain in good faith and to reach a resolution. I'll end there, but I'll answer any questions that any one of you may have.
Any questions from the commission?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So are you saying that it would not benefit us to have the employee have their dues taken directly just between you and the?
No, because there's too many snafus that can happen. Like you said, the examples that John Berry gave are accurate. The example that I gave about ATU 689, look it up, that happened.
So David, can we do, so are you saying that there are no unions that have that model?
No, there are unions that have it, and I'm going to tell you what happened. In the federal government, when Trump was elected the first time, what he did was he cut off dues deductions for AFGE. And what they were forced to do was develop another track where they were able to extract the monies directly from the employee. But it's unreliable. He came back this time, he cut off dues, and they can do that. Any employer can cut it off and sever the relationship. But it leaves a lot of holes.
It's true. So what I'm saying is nothing precludes a future administration from coming in and doing that exact same thing.
No, nothing does it, but this is.
And hear me out.
Yeah.
And so as we move, what I'm looking at is long-term with an administration that is doing it, and I work for the federal government, who is weakening all union rights and powers as we look, and they are basically eviscerated, right? That's going to trickle down, right? It's trickling down now. You can say no, but it is. And other people are going to look at the model and start implementing this. And so what I'm looking,
Commissioner Harkup,
Excuse me.
Listen to me, right?
Sure.
So what I'm saying now is, our staff, they want the union, right? They want a union, and we have a history here that we understand unique to our community with past administrations, unique to you coming in here and understanding. We do, because we've cleaned up the mess. And so what I'm looking out, because you may think something different, but we do want to look out for the best interest of our staff. That's why we've been doing things the way we have been doing, to like pay parity. We've come in and tried to take asbestos and do these things. Hear me out. I know you want to talk, but we have been doing things to take care of the staff first. And so what I'm looking at is, because I see the writing on the wall, what's going on with the unions in this country, and I'm afraid about union power in the country. And so if the staff want a union, what I'm thinking is that it would probably long-term be more beneficial, if they want the union, to have that direct relationship. Now, what I would proffer is, David, if you could run some cost analysis to see, because we are in a difficult budget year here, if you could run some numbers to see how much this would cost us. If it doesn't bust the budget, I'm not in opposition to it.
Let me say this. I'm optimistic about union power in this country. I'm a labor leader. I've been doing it for a long time. What's happening in D.C. is when you have laws designed to protect the employer. But the Workers United will never be defeated. I'm sad when I see it, but we've overcome so much. And to think that this guy will defeat labor in this country, yeah, I'm not worried about that. As far as it trickling down, it's going to trickle down. It's going to trickle down because our loved ones, our family members are all being harmed by this. But we have the power and the ability to fight back. It's not about dues deductions. We're talking about 26 people. We're not here because of dues deductions. We're here because people reached out because they wanted to enjoy the same right that so many public sector employees enjoy today, a right that we believe to be a human right, the right to sit down across from their employer and bargain over everything as it relates to your job. That doesn't make you a good or bad employer. It doesn't. We want good employers, but we also want the workers who perform the work, and the largest cost to an employer is the price of labor. To have that respect and have a seat at the table with their employer. That's all that this is about. It's not about money.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions from the commission?
I just have a statement. So I agree. I think we need to do what's best to move forward. And I think that's whatever works best. I am with Commissioner Harcourt in just figuring out a way that we can kind of, be neutral in this agreement, because at the end of the day, this is what the employees want. And that's the main thing I'm focused on, because, regardless of anything, I really want the employees to get what they want and to be happy. So, I'm in support of, whatever we need to do to make an amendment, or they'll change that language to kind of work for everybody.
We won't hold up the process, because it's not about that. It's a fundamental standard in the industry. So we came here to voice our opinion on the matter. That's all.
And like you said, it's an opinion, and this is a compromise.
Right.
And so the compromise is, they want a union, we want to give them a union. I think this is a small thing to do. I don't think this is a difficult hurdle to do about a pay structure.
No.
It's, we don't want to be involved. We want them to have the union. I think this is an easy thing to do.
Commissioner, not wanting to be involved is fair and reasonable. Say that, but don't make it seem like it's a budgetary item for 26 people.
No, we didn't.
We
We
did
didn't.
not
No.
say that.
It was said, the cost. I heard that.
That's part of it.
The-
Yeah,
Because
that's-
we have to consider
It's the same
that.
cost
'Cause we
that you
do
would
have to
have when you
consider
set up
that.
Aflac or anything. Don't say it's the cost, just say we don't
still
want to
have-
do it. I can live with
No,
it.
we have to consider that, and
We
we
have to.
don't.
Okay, let's do
Yes.
this. Don't even worry about it. It's a big item for the city to.
We're a small city.
We're a small city, and
I get
we understand, and when our prayers go out to the federal employees that have lost their jobs. But at the end of the day, as a municipality, we try to hold on to jobs. We try to make sure that everybody's working.
Can I ask a question? Because you all said it's a budgetary item, so I assume that you ran the numbers. What is the actual cost?
Did you hear me just ask Mr. Street to run the numbers so we could see?
See,
We'll get back
yes.
with
But-
you.
but you
And
said
another
it was
thing-
a
and
heavy
another
lift.
thing- And another
Okay,
thing that
and
I'm
I'm gonna
asking
get
you,
ready to
because,
cut
because
this.
you come in very adversarial with us.
I am. It's
Yes.
been 19 months.
We
talking.
understand, we understand
When,
that.
look,
We- sir,
when I have
sir,
to work, when I,
thank
Come
you.
on now.
no.
Come on
John
now.
Barry has lived over here for 19 months. When I come into a district that's predominantly black, and we talking about black workers and black
And
electeds.
we
you
know
all are
that, and we
obstructing
know that.
a right.
But guess what? You are a guest here.
It didn't take
And
19 months in Laurel.
Laura's much larger, and they have a
That's the
bigger
point that I'm
budget.
making.
So guess what? We're doing the best we can with what we have, and please respect that.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
trying to do right by our employees. You said we have 26 that's interested. We're trying to do right by them. Everybody still has a job, and we appreciate everybody that comes here that want to work here.
Man,
and
why
do
wouldn't
their
they have a job?
best.
Why wouldn't they have a
And-
job?
And do their best, because we're not at a budget cutting, but we're trying to be cost-effective moving forward to protect our employees. So,
What additional
I
costs
really
have we added?
I really appreciate you coming and expressing your concerns, but we have a long agenda and we need to end it, okay?
Thank
Because
you
we
for
have
let-
another
Thank you
public
for indulging me.
speaker. Thank you.
Very brief.
Ed Green, you had a public participation form that you filled out. Please come
Good evening.
forward. Good evening.
Am I received?
Of course.
Hello, everyone.
Good
My
evening.
name's Edwin Green, and I'm a resident here in District Heights. And I came with one agenda and thoughts to share, but now I have to leave fairly confused between the attorney, between the commission, and between the union. The ordinance that I have been following and recently received, I had concerns about, and it seems very much that the union has represented those concerns and shared those concerns. And so I don't need to attack that with my short time. But what I will attack is that it seems to me that this ordinance needs to be tabled because of the language, and parties appropriately and professionally need to get together. I don't know if it's been done or it will be done, but a union rep, a city official, the city manager, and respectfully, a member of the community from its residents. Because while I do say and compliment the language, and I give that compliment to our attorney, some of the language is misleading or confusing, and I still didn't get any clarity tonight. So now I'm at total odds again. And what I wanted to say and share, it definitely would have been on the city paying on behalf of the employee their membership dues. And I can't understand or see any other complications to that. If I can say humanly, for the protection of the employees here that I care about. I care about you all. Secret word is care. The next word, or the next sentence I'll say to you, do unto others as you have them do unto you. And the pros and cons have been weighed of a union in this city for months. And those pros and cons have been established in some cases. But the document is not representative now of some crucial things. Because if a union can't get their sure membership money from an employee, then we're not attractive. Irregardless of middle parties, third parties, and fourth parties, it's a business. And if I am an employee, I want representation. And I don't want to take it out of my pocket because I'm terrible paying bills. I forget half of them half the time, and I can't keep up with some of them some of the time. They finally get paid. That is not a way to do business, District Heights. It is just absolutely not a way to do business.
So, excuse me, Mr. Green, I want to make clarification. You're saying that the city should pay their dues?
I'm sorry, that?
You're saying the city should pay the
Well,
member
now
dues?
I hear the argument here. I'm not sure
I
what the
wasn't
city
sure.
should do.
I
But
wasn't sure.
my position, and I didn't understand that was being done in the previous ordinance that I just received this week. I feel that the city's payroll department should be responsible for any employee who swears and signs into a particular union as a part of personnel. It's a personnel issue. I don't know what all these other issues everybody's throwing out. It's a personnel issue. Personnel should take care of it. And I personally don't know any union that's attractive to the discussion that some of you are sharing about receiving this money. It's a union dues. If an employee wants to join the union, then as officials, you guys should be happy and delighted to accept that. And if it comes a burden on the payroll department, then we'll find a way to correct that. Like they take other deductions, taxes, Social Security, health, group. Normally, I'm sure you have to pay that out of health because it's a group deal. So they got to get the group money. So no, you're not making this city attractive to a union. And I'm saying it clearly because some of us like unions and some of us don't. But they have weighed the pros and cons, and I have been with them for months doing that. And they finally came up, and you finally recognized that, and you went forth to find out what they felt. And they voted democratically to have one. Now we're 18 months or whatever down the road. Sounds like we're getting ready to go another 18 months.
No, we're not going to go 18 months.
Well, that is good. Is that documented and recorded?
So thank you, Mr. Green,
Thank
for
you.
your comments. Any comments from the commission?
I have a
Yeah.
comment that I'd like to make. Oh, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Gomez.
So sorry. Chief Tarpley, can you, first of all, come and open this door? It is very warm in here. It is very warm. And we are in the midst of great discussion. And so I just wanted to thank everybody for the great discussion that we've been having tonight on the labor ordinance. I've been really just taking in everyone's different perspective, listening to the conversation. And it's warm, so I think that's why passions are high tonight. But I just want to do a little retrospective, right? So, and talk about what has gotten us to this point. A point where the city has never engaged in collective bargaining, and we have been engaging for months with representation, with our staff, and also having discussions here as a body to figure out how do we do this with keeping our employees' best interests at heart, and also keeping the mission of the city and us being able to provide services for our community at heart. I know sometimes that those things may be a long process because it's not the only thing that we're working on, but it has been a process that has taken time because we've actually taken careful planning and been deliberate and precise in how we do those things. So, if we have a question on collection of dues, whether it's going to be direct or through the city, I think those are valid conversations and questions for us to ask and work through as we get through this process. And so I just want to say that I'm hearing and taking in and processing the various feedback that we've gotten and perspectives. And I want to say thank you for being patient for us as we've continued to work through this process. And we've been clear as a body that we've always supported our employees wanting to unionize. And often, as a body, we have the same goals. We may just have different ideas or discussions on how we get there. But we've always been very clear that we've wanted our employees to unionize should they want to do that. So we may have some discussions and differing opinions on how we get there, but I just want to be clear that we're all on the same page to get there, and we all want to do that as soon as possible. Priorities, especially with government, also means where you put your dollars. So when we ask questions about cost, that means because our priorities cost money, those things like, we have budgets to balance. So those are the conversations and the questions that we're going to ask because we like to engage in healthy conversations around those things. So thank you for everyone who spoke tonight. Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you for our representation. Hope to see you back again with us soon so we can continue those conversations. And these are the public conversations we're having. We'll also have a set of private conversations when we get to closer to that deal stage, right? This is an iterative process. These things don't happen overnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gomez. Commissioner Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to be repetitive of some of the comments that Vice Mayor has mentioned, but so I will keep it brief. We have always supported the union. When the staff came and said this was what they wanted, even though there may have been personal feelings, we still supported the comments and the thoughts and the wishes of the staff to go and move forward with the union. We did it with an ordinance. We're doing it with this language here to codify this. This is not something that you can put a time schedule on because Laurel or other communities might have moved faster. We have to take our time. And when you're signing any contract, you don't just go ahead and sign it. You have to read it and go through it and make sure that it works for everybody. And that's what we're trying to do here. We have not been against the union, but we must take our time in making this decision because this is something that is going to last far beyond us being in office. And so I just want to again thank everyone that has spoken, but we are going to move on with this process. Mr. Lee, I think Mr. Lee, you mentioned the collection of the dues and it wasn't an important thing. And so if it's not important, I hope that that is not going to impede the commission in moving forward with something. I mean, I don't know whether or not the union could provide a form to staff and say, put your accounting information, $15 or whatever it is, but this should not be a stopping us, who collects the dues should not stop us from moving forward with the rest of the contract.
Today, I would represent these members for free. They don't have to pay that.
Thank you for saying that.
Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? Because we are still waiting to go through reports, but we need to do the motion on the consent item.
So, Madam Mayor, if there are amendments, so the consent motion is to adopt the ordinance. So I would just remind the commissions that if there are additional amendments from the dais that you want to make them now, and they'll get forwarded to work session. The next opportunity for adoption, per our rules, since we introduce and adopt ordinances at full city meetings, is the April city meeting. It's the April city meeting. I'm sorry, the May city meeting. It is
I was gonna
currently.
say the May.
It's
I was
currently
like, this
April.
is
I heard y'all, thank you.
I know,
The
right?
May city meeting.
Okay.
And so I just, before you go one way or another, I just want to make sure that you're cognizant of the timeline.
Yes, yes.
So if you want to see markup or additional analysis, that's no problem. If you want to adopt it from the dais, you can do that. If you want to forward it, your next opportunity is May.
Cost analysis.
No, let's go.
Let's just do it.
I'm not ready. I think we need to table this and get the correct language. I agree with the residents that this process need to be, clearly defined. And I think that we as a commission, we should definitely, not just make a rough decision right now. That's something we're gonna regret later. I think, we need to really just understand. I totally agree what the brother Lee said, that, it's not about the money. It's not about the budget. It's about what they want. And I think, us trying to, rush this process with some language that's not suitable for what they need is not really good of me to make a decision on that part.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Harcourt, did you have a comment?
I do, I'm confused, so.
Yes.
Are we're being punished for not moving fast enough, and now we want to slow the process down, because if this doesn't work, how difficult would it be for us to add a payroll deduction, if this is difficult?
So if it turns out to be difficult or impossible to do, we would just come back with an ordinance amendment.
Okay,
We'll
so
come
can we
with
do
an
this?
amendment.
So can we do this tonight?
For the sake of moving things
Be-
forward.
So that we
For
can
the
go
sake of
ahead and
moving
get
things
our,
forward.
right, so that we can give the staff their union representation and satisfy the timeline of them saying that we're slow rolling this, because we aren't. That's not necessary, sir. We're not adversarial. You are coming at us in a very adversarial manner, and it's very disrespectful. It's very disrespectful, and I don't understand it.
Commissioner Harcourt.
No, I don't like it, because,
I know,
I don't
Commissioner.
understand all this, I don't understand his energy. It's very disrespectful. It is not
So
professional.
are we ready
It's
to
not
do a
professional.
motion? Are we ready to do a motion to adopt this ordinance?
Yes.
With amendments that are gonna probably come later, even with the contract, we're gonna have some changes.
Yes, I'm ready. And I
Okay,
think we had it as a consent agenda item.
yes. So are we making amendments
So
within
you
the
could just
consent?
proceed with the motion to approve the consent agenda, and that would place the ordinance into effect following our standard procedure.
Okay. So could I get a motion?
Just to approve the entire consent agreement?
Yes, yes. And then we can come back to amend it.
I, Commissioner Harcourt, move that the City Commission approve the consent agenda for the April 3rd, 2025 city meeting.
Could I get a second?
Commissioner Janifer seconds the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Motion carries 3-0 and 1 no.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're going to move to department reports. Recreation, Mr. Jeffrey Taylor.
It's too much.
And for anyone who, we do have some reports still at the table there for the department reports. So I'm going to ask the department heads to kind of condense a little bit because we do have a lot to cover. So begin, Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, city residents, and guests. I will be sharing the staff report for the Recreation and Culture Department. Starting with our relationship with the District Heights Boys and Girls Club, we are now representation on their board, so we now attend their board meetings. Today, we had a senior luncheon with our partnership with the Office of Community Relations. This Saturday, April 5th, we have a facility rental. Sunday, April 6th, we have our partnership with the Commanders Marching Band for auditions. And now on Thursday, April the 10th, we have a senior center event that I believe our senior director will go over more during their time. Saturday, April 12th, we have our partnership with the Public Services Awards Banquet. Monday, April 14th through the 17th, Employee Prince George's Spring Break Mini Career Camps. Friday, April 18th, we have our Youth Open Gym activities. There will be a ice cream truck, a partner of ours that we use a lot, has some of the best ice cream in the area, but they will be on our grounds between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. So if you like something very nice and sweet to eat that day on Friday, April the 18th, between 4 and 7 p.m., please come out. But between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m., we are hosting our kids all day long. Monday, April 21st, we have our Easter party. That is from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Wednesday, April 23rd, we are having our irrigation system tested on our field, but that's from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Saturday, April 26th, we have our Commanders Marching Band auditions again from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then on Sunday, April 27th, we have a service meeting from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Just to let everyone know that on Monday, April 7th, we have our morning walking club coming back. It will be from 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This year, we're adding something pretty cool. We're adding a stepometer app, something that you can put on your phone, whether it's an Android or an iPhone, that will not only track your steps, whether you're in class or not. It will actually allow us to place you guys in groups from everything from physical level to all sorts of different categories. So we're having fun with this app right now. We have a couple of members of the Recreation Department and a couple of employees in the building that are using the app. We are getting very competitive. My feet hurt from walking, but it feels good to start getting in better shape for my health. So I really appreciate the competition. But it's not just about competition, it's about a way of creating groups and a lot of social components to some of the things that we're doing up here. So it's to be pretty fun. So I encourage everyone, once we start sending out the information, to sign up for the app. You can sign up at home, and then we'll see you either out here on the grounds here walking, or we'll see your numbers, and we'll actually chime in to encourage you to stay as active as possible. We are also adding an evening walking class on April the 23rd, while we test out all of the kinks during the next couple of weeks. But the class is going to be a 6-week program so that we can do some things in regards to appreciation, rewards, acknowledgments, and things like that. But the class will continue to run. So every 6 weeks, we'll do a little come together, celebrate a little bit, and then get right back to it. But the evening walking class will be from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., and we're trying to create a family walking element to that class so that many of our residents can, one, have a safe place to walk, but they can also bring their families, whether the kids are playing on the field or playing on the basketball court or playing in our playgrounds. Some of the older adults can still get in shape and keep up with their steps with us as well. Closing out here, Monday, May 5th, we're having a youth sports open house. This is something that we're doing with the Boys and Girls Club, some of our staff, as well as I am waiting and hoping that a local track club that's pretty prominent in our area, I have a meeting with them, and hopefully they'll start working with us through a partnership so that although we don't have a track here for track teams, they still have an element to participate in with someone that's a trusted vendor, long-standing track club in our community. They've probably been providing this type of service for like 50, 60 years in our area. So I'll provide more information as they check in with us, but hopefully we'll have them out there. During that time from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., we'll also have a food truck. And then we'll, of course, do some surveys so that we can definitely keep track and stay in touch with what the residents are interested in having for some of these physical activities. Starting in April, something that we're already doing, but we're going to announce it now. The Recreation Department is providing free blood pressure screenings with the automatic blood pressure. So it's a good way for residents to stop by, check on their blood pressure, have a good time, communicating with us about, wants, needs, opportunities to stay healthy. And we also have added the free body fat analysis. And then we have a free muscle and joint assessment. This is for exercise readiness, checking on underlying health issues, as well as getting you set up for the appropriate program starts in regards to someone that's a new member, or if you are coming back after being out for a while. RecDesk, our membership software is going well. We have added some access controls to better work with our residents and guests as they come in downstairs. We now have a stanchion at the door so that people kind of create the behavior of walking up to the window for service, but it also allows us to stop the flow of people walking straight into the gymnasium. So we're kind of forcing them with our signage as well as the stanchion to get them to come up, meet with us. We can talk to them about membership. We can talk to them about other programs and our other service areas inside of the city. And it'll be a great way to start meeting people right at the door, right at the time of interest in our services here in the city. So right now we have 459 sign-ups that we're looking and working on now to turn those over, convert those over to members. And then on May 1st, 2025, the Recreation Department is looking forward to getting everyone who actually is entering into the building to have a membership with us. Our flyer that the Recreation Department will be sending over to communications next week will have a QR code for easy registration. And we have also added a scanner at our service window for easy check-in with the key fobs. That is all I have for the staff report. I try to breeze through it and summarize as quick as possible, but I am available for any questions that you guys may have. Thank
Any
you.
questions from the commission?
Yes, I have one.
Sure, Commissioner Tillman.
Is this employee PG a rental? Because I see they have it for the whole week, and that usually takes, like, why is our spring break camp getting, overtaken by this?
Yes, they do have, the 14th is for, they have such a large setup. So since their services start at 9:30 that morning on Tuesday morning, they have to set up in the afternoon. So the 14th is a setup day, like many facility rentals, with a setup day before. And then through the 15th, 16th, and 17th, they'll be providing different services, everything ranging from STEM, technology, and all of the great opportunities for the teens to participate in. So they're starting as young as 14 all the way up to 18.
But is it a rental? Like,
Oh,
are
yes,
they
it's
paying
a,
to
it's a
use-
facility rental with one of our partners.
Okay, okay. All right.
Any other?
So just to clarify, like county and public agencies don't pay?
Right,
They don't?
No.
yeah.
Okay.
So other governmental entities don't pay us,
Why is that?
but, well, because your ordinance precludes it. But, so like the elementary school, when they host events here, they don't pay. When the county hosts events here, they don't pay. But we also usually only agree to it if they fit in with both the schedule and the city's strategic plan.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And so so you're seeing a bunch of the ones that we said yes to. There's an almost equal number of ones that we declined for one reason or the other.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Do I start the budget? Oh, no. Oh.
No, not Saturday.
They're on for tonight,
Oh, you on for tonight? Oh, my
but at
God.
the end of the agenda.
At the end of the agenda, at the end. So you can take a nap and come back. Okay, senior services, Tamiko Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor,
Good evening.
and guests. I am Tamiko Thomas, Director of Senior Services for the city, and I'm here today to let you know a little bit about what happened with us in April and some of the things that are coming, in March.
You might want to pull the mic down.
In March, and some of the things that are coming in April. So just to start, at the end of the month, we had a trip to the Patuxent Naval Air Museum. We had about 22 participants. Had a good time, including Mr. Bill, who took some nice pictures, which I hope to share on a different platform. I think we're working on that now. We continued our meal delivery service. We served 148 participants. We started a mentor, senior focused mentor group led by Ms. Renita Buford that focuses on life skills, career prep, and health with females, basically ages 8 to 80. So, and beyond, and we had about 10 participants. So that was the interest meeting. The actual group starts this month on the 14th. We continued our spring crafts on March 18th and 22nd. We made wreaths, and again, we got some beautiful pictures. I just need to find a way that we can show them beyond this report cycle. Sage class continued. We are also in the talks to get a third Sage class, which is ceramics. So we are hopeful that that will happen to change up some of our programming for summer. We've increased our participation with the yoga and also the Zumba group. That's gone very well. And we have a new bead making class that's starting this month, I believe, on the 17th of this month. So in terms of April, we have a lot of stuff, a lot of exciting programming for April. With the SLK Health Group coming in, doing blood pressure screenings for the seniors. On the 24th, we have Vivi Health coming, doing the healthcare luncheon, focused on better health for seniors. On the 18th, we have a paint and sip. On the 17th, we have another bead making class. On the 8th and the 22nd of April, we have a jewelry box making class. And then on 4/14 is the second meeting for SG3, which is the female mentorship group. I just wanted to report out that RecDust has given us some amazing capability. I don't understand the use it all, to be honest, but I can tell you when we started with the limited opening, we had about an average of 170 check-ins when we had the limited opening. Our goal was to get to 600. When I checked before I came in today, from March 1st to March 31st, we had 760 check-ins. So that rate of growth is basically 352%. So we're rolling. It's eventually going to taper off, but we want to keep growing as much as possible, given our limitations with space. But we have some ideas about how to use the outside grounds that we have coming into summer. So some of the partners that have helped us to get to that point, SLK Health, Bowie State Nursing Group, the Family Foundation, ARP, Vivi Health, RJTT Investors that talk about Medicare and Medicaid, the American Veterans Group that helped us during the wintertime, where we actually gave them some health baskets, but we're gonna try to partner with them later for some veterans initiatives. District Heights Elementary School, Bishop McNamara, and for information purposes, we also talked to the Bowie State Health Center, which is a resource for me as I move through some of the decisions I have to make, and also the Upper Marlboro Multi-Service Center, and again, PG Community College through the SAGE program. In order for us to keep the programming fresh and also offer some new programming as we move on, some of the things that we want to do to continue to grow or keep the programming fresh is to interact more with our existing partners, find new ones, find some outdoor activities that are fun and safe for seniors, and increase our daily check-in by at least 10%. Now, we're getting to the point where we're near where we need to be or want to be in terms of our daily check-ins. We want to get at least 10 more %, so we're closer to 800 or 830. Also find some funding opportunities so we can offset the costs and more INA or information assistance training of staff. So that's how we plan to keep things moving and improve services as we go along. That's all I have. I have a lot more, but I'm going to consider it for now. But I'm open to any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
I have one question.
Sure, Commissioner Jennifer.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Thomas. I wanted to ask whether or not you and I think it's YSB are still working together on the grief counseling.
The class is continuing.
It is
Mhm.
continuing.
Mhm.
Okay. Just
So we
wanted
picked
to-
up a few more members, and I think to June we are on board to continue that, and we'll reassess during that period.
Okay, because I think that residents are seeing a real benefit from that. There's the group of folks that just need someone to talk to kind of help them navigate through a lot of feelings. And so I appreciate the two of you still working together on that.
Yes, ma'am.
That was all.
Question.
Oh, sure.
Have we gotten any progress on the salon, the sink and stuff going on?
So there is a sink in place.
Oh, it's done?
And the floor is done. So
Yeah,
But it's not the right sink.
Well, it's so we installed the sink that we had to, and then we're just gonna swap it out with the one that the vendor procures. And so the space is ready for vendor move-in.
Okay.
We're just waiting on them to schedule with us when they wanna come in and get set up, but we're ready to go.
Okay, cool.
Any other questions? Okay,
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you, ma'am.
Public Works, Tony Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and residents. Let's talk about March report, the report from March. The Department of Public Works closed 8 work orders during the month of March and assisted Recreation Department with 6 events. There was some pothole repairs on Kipling Parkway, Aztec, Rochelle Avenue, intersection of Blazer Drive and Gateway, and there was one at the bottom parking lot of the municipal area. The street cleaning, the street sweeper ran some extra days to stay on top of areas that accumulate debris more frequently. Sign replacement and installation, replaced 2 authorized personnel signs on the municipal grounds, installed 2 no parking signs on Marbury Drive and near Kipling intersection, installed 2 no stopping signs, one on Marbury Drive, Creekside, and one on District Heights Parkway, two-way side, and replaced the neighborhood watch sign on Foster Street and Scott Key Drive. Replacement signs are ongoing. Me and the chief went out recently, and he identified some areas such as Ramblewood. I think there's a one-way street in traffic. They like to go up the one-way. So signs will be placed out there as well, some more signs. In Edifeld and Lansdale, there'll be another sign placed there, a do not enter sign. So we're still on that. We're still working on that ongoing, replacing signs. Tree management, pruned city trees, cut down hanging limbs on District Heights Parkway and Addison Road, south intersection, and removed a fallen tree that was in the alley between Atwood Street and Bellwood Street. And We cut down 2 dead trees, one on Atwood and one on Foster Street. Drainage and maintenance, unclogged a pipe drain on District Heights Parkway. And waste management. There were 3 reports of illegal dumping, one on Regency Parkway, one on Gateway and County Road, and the bottom of the municipal building, the parking lot. So that was removed. There's some miscellaneous things. There was a cleanup spill on Marbury Drive. There was paint spilled, I think, by accident. The curb intersection striping, that has restarted. That started back March 29th, started back at striping the streets. They have like 3 areas left: Gateway, Foster, and Kipling. And Veterans Parkway is still a little delayed. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission?
Yes, I do. I just have one quick question on the striping.
Mhm.
Are we just doing just re-striping where we striped in the past, or are we engaging in any like public safety measures to maybe do some more crosswalks? I know we've discussed that in the past.
Currently, it was just restriping the ones that's kind of faded, the ones that's faded out. That's what they're currently doing. But that is on the works to put in more striping for areas.
Okay, and are we striping like our speed bump, or what exactly are we
bumps.
striping?
The
Just the speed
speed
bumps?
And there was, when you come to a stop sign, it says stop down at the bottom, like redoing those if they're too faded.
Okay,
Mhm.
and then are we doing any of the yellow striping on the curbs, or
No.
we don't do that?
We can do that.
We repainted curbs maybe 6 or 8 months ago.
Okay.
And so that's something that we're probably going to pick back up for the summer.
I do have a question.
I-
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Go ahead, David.
I was going to say, I have just a couple small additions to draw the commission's attention to that are not in the report. Well, one that's not in the report, one that is in the report. Paving began today, or yesterday. So the spots that have been remaining trouble areas that we identified some time ago and awarded a contract for some time ago, work began this week. We're not anticipating that it will take particularly long, but we will keep the commission updated as that project progresses. I would also like to draw your attention to a couple of data points that we've got pulled out here. I have them pulled up on the screen. In February, the city completed its first month of service with a new solid waste and recycling provider, and we have our first tranche of data. And so we are starting to play with how that will be presented, although we want to make sure that it's regularly incorporated into the monthly Public Works report. A couple of things to point out. So just in terms of refuse in tons, 124.96 tons of trash, 19 tons of recycling over the course of February. Our set-out rate, so that's the rate at which residents put their cans out on a given day for solid waste, was 91% in the first month of service, and for recycling was 78% in the first month of service. So what that tells us is that folks are really engaged in, in both programs. We have good participation rates. We had a total of 52 bulk trash requests, and only out of those, only had 1 or 2 issues where the resident called the wrong number or called us first or something, but we were able to work through and resolve all of those. So keep an eye on this section of the report. It's going to continue to get built out. This is just your first month. It's the first time we're receiving data, the first time we're reporting on it, and so look for that to get built out over the next several reports.
Okay, I have a few questions. So first, the potholes on Rochelle and Atwood. I've been complaining, I think Commissioner Tillman is also, we've been complaining about those. They are only getting worse. I know there was a question about them because of the buses and stuff, but what's going on?
Paving project.
Okay, so they're on the list.
They are.
Okay.
I believe, and Ms. Johnson can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe for some of them, we did an intermediary fill.
Yes.
But not those, unfortunately. Those are big and nasty.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe some type of metal plating or something that could possibly.
So we certainly explored it, but they're up for repaving now.
Okay.
Yep, so they are part of the current project.
All right, so I'll hold off on those. Thank you for taking care of those. The America in Bloom program, is that,
Yes, it's still ongoing. So just gonna make some updates to the community profile that we sent the last time, just updated on what new things we have in place. And they should be out June 4th through 6th, if I'm not mistaken.
so we already have a targeted plan
Yes.
and everything? So
Yes.
we're gonna get an award this year?
That's the goal.
We're gonna do our very best. And so we do have another visit scheduled. It is in June. We are prepared to bring a kind of a multi-year work plan to the commission that seeks to address a lot of those first-year recommendations that we got. They really ran the gamut from trimming and plantings, which we're doing because they're kind of low-hanging fruit. Sorry about the plant pun. To installations for, additional walking paths, shade trees, et cetera. And so what we're doing is putting together a multi-year plan to present to the commission and then adopt for use in future years of that and other programming.
And just one other question. I think I kind of chided you, David, about this. Are we gonna paint this light blue stuff out these halls?
Yes, sir, it's on the queue.
Thank you. All right, that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yes, I do have a couple questions. Sure. First question, can you give us a little bit more information about the cleared space for the large dog kennel?
Oh, it's in the back on the side of the building, where the sheds and stuff are. It just was cleared it's a large kennel, so it just was cleared out so that kennel could sit properly. And it's not, leaning or anything like that. That's what that was about.
Oh, okay.
What's the kennel for?
Police dog.
For the police dog.
She's trying really hard
Are you still talking about
she's
that?
trying really hard not to steal Chief Tarpley's thunder.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Okay. And if I know it's in the Herald, but if you could just remind residents when cleanup week and shred day are scheduled.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
flyer.
I don't know,
Ready?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I got it. So cleanup week starts the week of April 14th. Shred day is Saturday, April 12th. In the Herald, it is listed as the 19th. We found out at the last minute that the contractor that was going to come out was not available. They were double booked, so we pivoted to the 12th. So we will have our shred day on the 12th. Later in the month, we will have an invasive species removal. And in May, we will have our first household hazardous waste pickup. Do look for more information about Spring Cleanup Week. We're doing a combination of on-street, out-of-can bulk type pickups for all residents across the city, in addition to having a drop-off location at the municipal center. So in the next couple of days, be on the lookout for details about that, in your inbox and online.
Wonderful. And then my final question is, I know that this is outside of the incorporated, but can someone please reach out again to the county about Ritchie Road? It looks, it is terrible. County Council, can you hear me? Yeah, it's pretty bad out there, and I wish that we could do something out there, but, yeah.
No, we can't.
No, we cannot. But yeah, I know
We
that you.
struggle, I know Chief Tarpley struggles as well, and Public Works struggles with complaints on kind of the part of Kipling leading up to Ritchie that's also not ours. So for the folks that are over there, or have to drive through there, we really wish we could help you. We can't, unfortunately. That's not our section, but we're happy to facilitate those requests with the county and happy to have ongoing dialogue with community members on those issues.
And there's also one thing too I'd like to add, Madam Mayor. It's a question of liability also. And one thing that I've been doing, and we have some members from CAP here, is and Mr. Waters is out here. One thing that I do is I make a weekend run where I snatch down signs and report abandoned cars. And I've been reporting a lot of the abandoned cars and stuff that sit directly outside the city. But that's about as much as we can do. So I just implore residents, if you do see things like that, call 311 or, county click or something like that. But that's about as all we can do as a municipality.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Jones?
So, Councilmember Crystal Oriata, she actually, did put me on a task force for speeding and the camera monitoring, and that we actually requested recently just a survey done on that Kipling and Parkway intersection because of all the complaints we got about the traffic. So I will be providing an update soon on that. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Yeah, because I spoke to Walla Glagley about that, and she said there was a traffic study they have to do again, and then she said there was a task force going to be formed, and she asked me to be on it, but I never heard about it. So now you're saying that you're doing what with Ritchie and Kipling?
So we requested a traffic study, and of course there is somebody representing Waller District on the task force. So we just recently requested a update on a traffic study on that, because that was mentioned during the last meeting we had, I think a couple months ago, about that Pacific area. So yeah, so we will provide an update, soon. We meet again next month.
Thank you. We hope we get some results this time. All right. Thanks. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Communications, Kelly Bethia.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, residents, and friends. My name is Kelly Bethia, Director of Communications for the City of District Heights. Please accept this report as submitted. I'm going over the month of March, even though this email campaign says February. My apologies for the typo. I can resubmit a revised one if, okay, fine. We had a total of over 10,000 emails for March, which is an uptick from February, which is good. Our open rate averaged at around 41%. Again, good, solid numbers. Click rate low, mainly because we don't have anything to click when I send out these emails. That's completely fine. The email campaigns that did the best focused on city services and had higher engagement, such as Fiesta Garden, YSB college tours, and the like. If you look at our social media performance, it does look like we took a huge dive, but keep in mind that we had paid advertisements last month for Black History Month. So we're actually going back to the numbers that we're used to. So if you look at these numbers versus months that we did not have paid campaigns, not only is it around the same ballpark, but it's actually slightly higher than other months. So I am okay with these numbers. Flyers and graphics made or shared in March, in no particular order. We had a really good Women's History Month campaign that involved the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioner. Jennifer, vice mayor and commissioner showed off their new headshots. They looked great. I had the pleasure of doing these graphics, so it was fun to do. I also did graphics for Fiesta Garden regarding their weekend events in the senior center. We have this Paint and Sip for April. I created those in March, so those are rolling out now. New cans regarding Republic Services. Rec Center had Easter party, summer camp, And the American Job Center graphic, I did those for the rec center. Mother's Day as well, you will see that one roll out on Monday, so that we can have at least a month out. I didn't want to post it too early, because that would cause problems as well. Other things that I created, little generic general government notices. We needed a signage for the guest Wi-Fi, for when people come in and need our Wi-Fi, as well as something that we're going to be rolling out this month, hiring signage in Spanish and in English with a QR code. Another Fiesta Garden flyer set for Saturday that is already up, as well as senior center signage for their Growing Girls group. The other mock-ups that I created are all centered around District Heights Day. As you know, that is coming up very soon, being June 7th. So not only am I working on the graphics for that, but we are going over sponsorship packets and the swag that we'll be rolling out and all of those other things. So just be on the lookout for those designs coming to your mailbox. So the ones that I did complete for the month of March, the vendor search, the talent search, the official mock-up, the staff t-shirt designs, as well as the banner, the large banner that will be out in the public to garner attention for the event. Lastly, we have the Herald for April, so you can see the mock-up of the Herald for April. As a reminder, for all who can hear me, the deadline for May submissions is April 11th at 4 p.m. No exceptions, so that we can stay on schedule. We also have, that's not in the report, I just want to note that I have formatted committee submission guidelines that I will be rolling out next week, so that the committee will know how to submit and all of those things. I'm also going to be putting in May Herald the fact that we will be accepting ads for the June Herald. And the way that I'm thinking about formatting is so you can see what a full page looks like, how much that is, half page, quarter page, things like that. So people will have options regarding promoting their businesses. So that concludes the official report. Just some miscellaneous things. I am working on the website. The RFP is predominantly done. I'm going over the final minor edits with David, and then it will be rolled out hopefully next week. The plan is to have submissions in by the end of April. Interviews around May, they get started in June, and then on average it takes about 4 to 6 months for a website to be completed of our size. So ideally, we will have a completed website, all the trimmings by essentially New Year's. So good timeline, good solid timeline. I'm ambitious, so I want to shorten that timeline, but we're gonna do it right the first time. So that is the plan with that. Also, I've been getting, I don't want to say complaints, but concerns from residents regarding how media has been capturing the city of District Heights, mainly the fact that they are attributing some things that do not belong to the incorporated city. I have been working with Chief Tarpley and David and Deputy Chief Plouffe regarding drafting a media notice to all media outlets who cover the Prince George's County regarding accurate reporting, which basically says, forgive me, but keep our names out your mouth if it doesn't concern us, and I'm giving them guidelines on how to report accurately, including a table of our city limits, so they have a reference point before they do their official report that goes live. So basically doing their due diligence all the way before something goes live on their respective media channels. Lastly, Juneteenth is also coming up. I'm working with David as well as the Greater District Heights Community Coalition on trying to offset the costs of Juneteenth. So just stay tuned on how that is going to work, but I am in the process of working on that. That concludes my report. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission?
Yes.
Sure, Commissioner Tillman.
So I think this is a question for, I guess this question for you and David. So I know we have a budget hearing on April the 12th. Where is the flyer for that, and what time is it? 'Cause I don't even know.
I'm working on that now. It is almost complete. It'll be out by tomorrow.
Okay, well, what time is it?
10 a.m.
Oh, okay, well, thanks for letting us know.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. And thank you for talking about the Herald advertisements and the committees. That was going to be my questions
Yes.
for you. On the media sources, I think this is a really good point that we've talked a lot about. And I just want you to provide maybe a little bit more detail on the strategy because, you know, for instance, we go by the city of District Heights. And what I see from like maybe a really small media source that is not super well-known, they'll say District Heights. And if it's from a small media source, I don't think we care so much. But if it's from like a WTOP or WAMU or you know, the other local channels that are a little bit more well-known, how are we differentiating ourselves? Are we going by the city of District Heights, and what are we comfortable, are we okay with them saying District Heights or
No.
unincorporated? Yeah, so just
No.
explain a little bit of that.
So the technical term is Central Prince George's County. If you are not in the incorporated city of District Heights, you are not in District Heights.
Right.
You are in Central Prince George's County. So that is what I'm instructing media to say and report when something is outside of our incorporated city limits. I'm sorry?
There is also, you know, really over the last 6 months to a year, you've also heard more about Greater District Heights. And so what that is kind of the corollary of what Ms. Bethia is talking about. And it says, you know, if we're talking Greater District Heights, it's usually a positive connotation, right? It's something along Marlboro Pike or a new business opening or some sort of community action or event that might not be in the city, but the city or a city organization is involved in. Right, because if you rewind to our strategic planning process, one of the things we really wanted to focus on was, you know, hey, District Heights is proactive and safe and is doing interesting things. We do that in the greater community too, and we have a focus on the greater District Heights area. So that's something else you'll see, not so much in media, but in, you know, some press that originates from us and some press that originates from other organizations as well.
And to David's point, when it comes to community partnership, if you've noticed in our social media outreach and outreach at large, what I'll do is any flyers, any communications that come from our community partners, we do put it under a frame that says District Heights Community Partner to infer that they are part of the greater District Heights community.
Any other questions from the commission?
Just a comment. Oh, go ahead.
You can go, Commissioner.
Oh, I just wanted to say one quick thing. That goes back to the logo, you know, that it just says District Heights, Maryland. It doesn't say the city of District Heights or the incorporated city of District Heights. That should be kind of streamlined a little bit more because, you know, when the police make a report, you know, they do say District Heights, but then they will follow up and say the unincorporated area of District Heights. So I think that's that big, you know, push for, you know, our personal identity when we talk about the city, because, you know, we are the incorporated city of District Heights, and I think that our logo, once again, should reflect that.
I agree. Well, I do agree. I always like to, you know, remind people that we are District Heights, a municipality, or, you know, that we are incorporated. Because when I'm discussing this with people outside, people almost try to attack me with the fact that, you know, because we manage the city and they know that I'm a commissioner here, they almost want to like, oh, this happened in, you know, district, and I have to tell them, no, it didn't happen here. These are our statistics. We have a very safe community. It happened outside in the unincorporated portion, because they, you know, it's almost this gotcha thing. And so we have all these double issues when we come from Prince George's County where people want to look at our communities as also being violent, because we don't have the luxury of being looked at as individuals, of course. You know how that is. We are always looked at, when one thing happens, it's a testament or, an admission of all of us. We can't, of course, all of you are bad, because this one thing defines all of you, right? And so it's important that, and for us to be able to grow, as we talk about the push for annexation, that we try to define ourselves so that we're a very safe community. And that should be, we should celebrate that. And I do think that we should have some type of distinction between us being incorporated or a municipality separate from the unincorporated portion. Also to show the unincorporated portion, you might want to join up, So I think that would I agree with Commissioner Tillman. But I do have a compliment, because the flyers, they look great.
Thank you.
And so thank you. And the Herald is wonderful. So I've been getting compliments about that. But I do also have a question about the ads. I'm excited about that. David and we had talked about that, so we're excited. I'm wondering if there will be an ad adjacent portion in the website. Now that we're talking about this, I was just sitting here thinking that may be an opportunity to put a space for our vendors, if they may want to, a business corner, you can advertise here on the business corner.
Sure. With a new website, anything is possible, so let's just start there. I have been in talks with a vendor, name is escaping me at the very moment, but they are affiliated with National League of Cities, and they do free videos for small municipalities in which basically the frame of said videos have the businesses of the municipality surrounding it, right? And the video is free for the municipal government, but it is paid for by the businesses paying for their logos to be surrounding the frame. So that's an option for us, absolutely. And I'm still in talks with them on seeing what we can do about that, when they can get out here and do video coverage and stuff. I'm thinking around, District Heights Day, summer events, because candidates are great during the summer for videos such of that nature. So the answer is yes. I think anything's possible.
Yeah, I would love for us to have a local business directory just for our local businesses, but if they're a business outside who would like to maybe advertise, it could be a fee that they could do that. I think that would be a great thing to do.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Oh, Tanisha has something to say.
Oh, that's right.
Well, hello, everyone.
Hello.
I haven't been up here in a while. Okay, so I am going to go over the community outreach highlights for the month of March. I know it's a bit much on here. It was way more, but I cut it down as much as possible. So on March 6th, I attended the Homework Diner at North Forestville Elementary School. It's a quarterly event where teachers provide parents with valuable tips on supporting their children's learning at home. I know previously Vice Mayor and Commissioner Janifer had attended the last one. However, they had scheduled it on the night of the city meeting, so obviously there was a schedule conflict on that one. On March 11th, Commissioner Janifer visited District Heights Elementary School for a read aloud session with the pre-K and kindergarten classes. She read the principal's book of the month, Big, a story about a young girl who overcomes negativity and embraces her unique journey. To conclude the visit, Commissioner Janifer handed out goodies to the students. So as Commissioner Janifer was going out, she had some treats and things like that to hand out to the students. So they think, oh, when is the lady coming back with the snacks, with the treats? On March 12th, TJ from our recreation department, he actually was selected as a judge for the science fair at Longfields Elementary. Starting in March through the end of the school year, we will deliver sweet treats once a month to the teachers and staff at Longfields Elementary as a small token of appreciation and support. The first delivery was on March 21st, and it was Dunkin' Donuts. I was able to reach out to our partner and get some donuts for the teachers. This month concluded the MML If I Were Mayor essay contest, in which both North Forestville and District Heights Elementary's fourth grade classes participated in. The essay ceremony honoring the district winners will be held on April 26th. However, in good old District Heights fashion, we had to take it up a notch. So Mayor Miller and Vice Mayor reviewed all the essays and selected 4 students from each school to be recognized for their outstanding work at the next work session on April 22nd. On March 28th, Mayor Miller visited North Forestville to celebrate the fourth grade students who participated in the If I Were Mayor essay contest. A pizza party was held to honor all participants. After meeting with the fourth grade teacher, she had asked Mayor Miller to speak with the students about the importance of memorizing their home address and their parents' phone number.
Right, very important.
And it was kind of funny because one of the students, well, just a little background, Mayor actually called in to the fourth grade class at the end of February to talk to them, to answer questions, to help them with their essays, because some of them had questions and needed some preparation to actually start writing their essays, so they had questions for Mayor. So when she walked in, one of the students said, "Oh my gosh, I thought it was a prank. I didn't know you were really coming." So they were needless to say, they were super excited about that. Mayor Miller is also scheduled to visit District Heights Elementary School this month to celebrate their fourth grade class as well. There was just some scheduling conflicts trying to squeeze them in, and they had stuff going on at the school last month. I also met with the new community school coordinator for the city of District Heights. Her name is Tawana Lane, and she will be in attendance at the work session on April 22nd. She's actually coming from another school, so it was a lot easier for them to fill that position instead of going outside of the, outside hiring, so. North Forestville has launched a conversational English for Parents class, providing valuable language support for Spanish-speaking families. We were pleased to contribute by purchasing the necessary books to facilitate these sessions. I know that was one thing that you all constantly kept talking about. How can we reach out to our Hispanic families? How can we support them? And this is definitely a step in the right direction. And last but not least, so tonight, District Heights Elementary School hosted a MCAP night to motivate students as they prepare for their upcoming testing this month. MCAP, for some of you that may not know, is the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, and it is a statewide assessment designed to measure student progress towards proficiency in Maryland college and career-ready standards. District Heights Elementary School had asked if we can share some words of encouragement for the students along with index cards that parents are creating to inspire them. So I had spoke with Kelly, and she did a phenomenal job. I told her what I was trying to do, and she said, "Hold on, I got this." So she took it up a step further, and she created these awesome cards. So all of these cards were handed out to all of the students that are taking the test, and the testing starts at the end of this month. And that is all for my report. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Very nice.
That's what it means about a village, making sure that we are in the community, helping our students. Yeah. So,
Mayor, may I just make one comment?
Sure.
On the essay contest? Two things our kids really care about: trash removal and smoking.
yeah.
They're very strict. It was a lot of, you will go to jail
Yes.
if I'm mayor and you smoke. So that was it's very enlightening to hear what the youth care about.
And sustainability.
Yes.
That's what they care about.
Yes.
I'm just so proud of both schools, the fourth graders, because they were excited about doing the essay. They did not get chosen to present at the governor's house, but for them to keep doing it and being comfortable, because a lot of times that on the south side of Prince George's County, we don't get recognized. And so I made sure that they get recognized. And I was one of the judges for the eastern part of Maryland. So they get like 1,400 essays. So we're going to keep trying because we're going to get there one day. But I am just so proud of them, and they just had some really good questions, and they really didn't believe that I was coming. But just wrapping our arms around them and encouraging them, it's so important. So we have to continue doing that. But thank you for putting all that together, Tanisha.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any questions or comments for
I have
Tanisha?
a comment. Kudos also goes out to Miller's Printing, because they
Yes.
turned this job around very quickly. They just got the job earlier today, and
They
they
got
were
it
able
at
to-
10, and it was delivered at 2.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you,
That's
Miller.
what we like.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, because we got to keep it.
You want to introduce Darren real quick since he's here?
So I didn't know which part of the program that we were going to introduce Darren.
Shanae not here.
It's at your pleasure.
Oh, okay.
So
Well-
there's not a,
So we have a couple of more reports.
Mhm.
So let's get through the reports, because everybody's,
Yes.
Katrina has been, Katrina Emerson from the Youth Services Bureau has been very, very patient.
Not a problem. Good evening, Mayor Miller, commissioners, vice mayor, residents that are still hanging in there with us, and my coworkers. Please accept my report as submitted. I'm sorry, it's bringing just a little bit. But I'll just make it short and sweet in the effort to save time for you all. I definitely want to highlight the support that we've had on, I was going to say Capitol Hill, but in Annapolis. We did support Karen Tolles for House Bill 1433 in regards to the juvenile court jurisdiction to repeal the provisions to limit the court's jurisdiction over certain acts committed by youth. So what we were seeing and what has been happening for a lot of our youth is that they were being pushed automatically into the adult court system, and then, of course, being held for a period of time and then getting pushed back down into the juvenile justice system. So that, in addition to, I do want to make a correction. It's actually House Bill 1433, not 1429. 1429 is for the Youth Service Bureaus to request criminal history records from CJIS for employees, volunteers, and interns. For some reason, we got wrapped up in there in the state's ability to lower some of the restrictions for individuals that are applying for jobs. And so for us, we do need those federal background checks since we do work with children and we want to make sure that our children are protected. And then also, you guys are receiving updates in regard to House Bill 814, which is successfully passed, so we're very, very happy about that. In light of all of our bills that are doing well in Annapolis. So advocacy helps, and thank you all for your support. Let's see, I'm trying to get to one more thing. Oh, so myself, and in the absence of Commissioner Janifer, myself and Christina did go down to the Library of Congress. We retrieved 8 boxes of books. So we are building that repository. It was, just to give a little insight, we spent probably 3 hours in one aisle.
That's great.
Wow. To the point where the gentleman's like, you guys need to move on. So we were really excited. We got some really, really good books. We did provide the Senior Center with their books already, and so we're still making sure that we are continuing to build that repository. In addition to that, I'm going to speak to what David spoke about with the Little Pantry. So, of course, we are working on the Little Book Libraries. I did, in talking with Christina, we discovered that the Little Book Libraries website, littlebooklibraries.org, has a read and color program. And so they do a program every 6 months. So they do January to June, and then June to November. And with this program, the application, you can get up to $10,000 for the Little Book Libraries. And as long as you have, of course, a curator and a team of volunteers to ensure that this takes place. So we have been working with Dr. Alston to get this grant written. It opened actually April 1st. So we are moving forward and providing the information for that so that we can possibly offset the cost of these Little Book Libraries.
Yes.
And
in speaking with David and finding ways to support our communities is that possibly having, if we could, little free pantries attached to those little book libraries. Of course, we do know we live in a food desert, even though Lidl is down the street and Aldi's is up the street, but for our communities, it's still a transportation issue. And having those free little pantries attached to them, it actually supports the community being self-sustaining. We are starting with some of our programming that's going to go up for the summer, is that we are going back into Woodland Springs to cultivate the garden, so working with the kids at least once a month through the summer. And so those items that we are growing will also go into those little book library pantries as well. I'm going to talk about some upcoming events that we have. Of course, we did our college tour to Bowie State University on Monday. For parents and students, we had 10 kids, 3 adults to volunteer. We do have upcoming, the college tours, I'll talk a little bit about those. We have George Mason University that will be on April the 14th. We have 20 registrants already, and so it's to the point where the bus only holds 28. And that's not including the staff that's going, so that'd be 2 parent volunteers. So it's 1 for every 10 group of kids. So we are, I don't know what it is about George Mason, but it's a popular choice. And then at the end of the week, we have Old Dominion University. So bookending spring break for the kids, and everybody's excited about it. We do have on April 4th, which is tomorrow, we have our poetry and open mic night with Sister Joy Alford, who was the former laureate for Prince George's County. She's also going to teach the kids how to write poetry, and then they're going to do an open mic night for them. What time is that? 6 to 8. So please feel free to come out and join us. So we do have, like I said, My Feelings Matters, which is a workshop. So we lowered the ages for ages 9 to 12. We do have still some open spaces for that. We're trying to get a group of 15. Right now we do have 5, but of course as spring break goes along, we are providing lunch and breakfast for these kids. They're with us from 10 to 3 every day. And so what we've incorporated, because they started doing nature walks last year, and the kids really, really enjoyed them. So they're going to do capoeira, they're going to do yoga, and then we'll also, daily, weather permitting, we'll take them out to the garden, and they'll start to work through that process. And what we want to do is continue that communication and that relationship with those kids, and kids within Woodland Springs is like at least once a month or twice a month going out to the garden so that they can grow their own vegetables and learn a little bit how mental health is impacted by gardening and your physical health. We do have our senior support group, Nods to Them. It is growing. We are happy with the progress that it is making. The group members attend, and they are excited about it. They asked us to extend it, so that's why we're definitely going until the middle of June, and then we'll give them a break, and then we'll start back up at the beginning of the summer. So I think that's everything that I have. Any questions in the interim, I am free to answer.
Any questions from the commission?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, I read your report, and I'm like, whew. You all and your staff are just so busy doing just wonderful things for this community.
It takes a team.
Yes. I want to do a shout out to you and your team from Woodland Springs when I was up on Tuesday with the food giveaway, and they were so excited about getting their garden underway.
Absolutely.
And it was a huge success every season. I think this is coming up on your 4th or your 5th year doing the garden, and they so appreciate it, and they just love seeing the cycle of from seed to harvest, and so they're looking forward to working with you and your team on that. The second thing, which I didn't see noted on your report, but I wanted to ask how this turned out, was we had a resident that wanted to donate some books. And
yes.
I don't know, were you able to reach
so
out to that individual?
Yes, we did. Christina was able to meet with her and pull books from her collection. She had a bird book collection, and she had a couple of other items. And Christina was like, I'm so overwhelmed. She has a very wonderful collection. So we have kept in communication with this individual resident. They didn't want any type of fanfare, so we just definitely wanted to. She knows who she is. If she's watching, thank you so much, because her books were in great condition. So we really appreciated it.
They were, when I went through and I said, I know that there's something in there for everyone.
Absolutely.
Now, we're not going to say her name, but Mr. Bill, he knows who she is, one of his neighbors. So, yes, thank you.
Awesome, awesome.
Any other questions?
Really quick.
Sure.
I just want to say that I talked to Delegate Taylor earlier, and, you know, she said bravo on your work, and, you know, I think, you know, we need to get the youth service bureaus more money, and I think they know. Yeah, so,
Oh, I
you know, great job, yes.
Yeah.
I will say this, I didn't mention it, but what, District Heights Elementary still has the groups going. So we have the girls group that is going now, and it's about self-empowerment. We actually have 2 groups running simultaneously.
Oh,
Each of the groups have 10 girls in it.
Oh,
And so they're going to stay with
okay.
us to the end of the year. The boys group has concluded, the boys grief support group, but we're going to start that up in April. And so there'll be 3 groups running in addition to the individual work that Tannery's doing at the school for the kids.
Okay, great, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening. We're good, so. Chris Lawson, Human Resources.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, colleagues, and residents. I'm Chris Lawson from Human Resources.
Hey,
How are you all?
How you doing?
All right, I'm using technology tonight. Let's see. I will be brief, though. There we go. Okay, so April 4th, HR report, current number of vacancies are 4, and I want to cover that a little bit as we move forward, which means current number of positions in recruitment is 4. Just touching on new hire announcements, I know your directors will highlight the new hires, but we did, I can't help but saying we did make some impressive hires for our assistant to city manager, for economic development, for project management, and we hired a police major. And so I will let the department heads, give you more color on those hires. We did just complete our customer service excellence training last month, as well as we had one today. So certificates have been produced, and I believe, Mayor, you've already signed those. Just on our initiatives, I should say ongoing instead of in process. Basically what we're saying is when we talked about the compensation statements, those are available whenever we're ready to deploy, whether it's end of fiscal year, end of plan year. We just need to touch on that. Information is being tracked through our current portal, Paylocity, so we don't have to go outside of that to make this happen. The same thing with our retirement plan consultation. I continue to have one-on-ones for those who are, asking for retirement consultation and things like that. So we're keeping that going. But the current vacancies is recently just added public safety administrative assistants. I'll let Chief expand on that if he needs to, but there are 2 vacancies now. We did advertise for administrative assistant some time back and collected about 80 or so resumes. So we are working from that, as well as referrals. We always talk within our director conference calls about making referrals or recommendations, just directing people to the website that they may know. We still have our resident and business services manager position open. We did have interviews. We did identify 4 good candidates, and we did narrow down to 1 candidate that we made an offer, and our offer was not accepted. So we are back on the street for that position, ASAP. And then also our Director of Public Works position is now published and out. And we recently, just in days, added a crew member that's not on here. I think I gave Kenneth this report before I got to put that one on here, but we do have a crew member, 1, 2, or 3 level experience position that is now posted and available. And then finally, again, as I said, in terms of our trainings with Dina, we're continuing with upcoming is Cultivating Workplace Excellence. Like I said, I think that took place today, actually, among Recreation Senior Center, Public Works, Police Department, and I believe one of our finance staff members. Okay, so that is my report for today. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission?
I just have a comment.
Sure, Commissioner Tillman.
I actually want to give you props tonight. You know, I always, get on you about the website, but I actually looked at it and it's updated. The postings are definitely there. And, I applaud you for that. Hey, I got to be fair, man.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
That's it.
Yeah.
I do, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, I did talk to David about this when we had these last two roles to come on board about setting up a training for Agile with Scrum for
Okay.
our executive team, and when we can set that up. That's on your radar?
Yes, it's coming.
Okay, great.
Okay. If there aren't any other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Okay, thank
We're
you all
gonna
as
keep
well.
it moving.
Okay, keep it moving.
Cecilia Smith-Budd on the treasurer's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, residents, guests, colleagues. I'm Cecilia Smith-Budd, Deputy Treasurer. You have been provided a copy of the Treasurer's report for the month of February. Not much has actually changed from the January's report. We've received 98% of our real estate taxes. Youth Services revenue is above the budget, as is the miscellaneous line item, which includes bond interest to date. As you see, there's a total variance of $1 million, but we are just beginning the fourth quarter and have the remainder of the fiscal year to collect. As for the expenses, year-to-date actual is $4.3 million, and the year-to-date budget is $4.4. So we are just under by $100,000. Again, we are approaching year-end and our heavier program period, so expenses will pick up. Reports for April will cover the month of March and the third quarter, which is January through March of the year. This will also include the grant updates that Commissioner Tillman requested. We are now up and running with all credit card processing. There is one issue to be worked out, and that's the separation of the senior center from the recreation department charges that are coming in. But I'm working with the vendor to resolve that, and there aren't any other challenges for that. The audit was extended until tomorrow, and I anticipate an update from the auditor before then, and then we will file with the state. Documentation for the $800,000 senior grant has been completed and filed with the necessary agency, and we await next steps. I listen to my colleagues, talk about their program activities, and I feel like I just spew numbers at you, or sometimes anyway. So OpenGov has a new feature that we will be using. So coming soon, we will have stories that are created through our OpenGov platform. So I just won't be,
Okay.
I'll have some graphics to share as well going forward.
And POs. And POs.
And?
POs.
Oh, yes. So in OpenGov now, we are using purchase orders for those projects that we have decided to set, funding aside for. And so I created the first one this month in March for our broadcast system. It is the equipment, the AV equipment and everything that's going to be updated actually in here. That's my report. Any questions?
Did you want to add?
Just very quickly, Ms. Smith-Budd underplayed that last piece. So reintegrating digital purchase orders into our financial system when combined with the credit card oversight, the invoicing system, and the financial system itself completes our conversion to a auditable, records-based digital financial platform. And so for all of those things, that was, the POs were the last piece, and that has come online this month.
Oh, wow, great.
Thank you. We can track the money.
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, if any other questions, comments? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Ms. Smith-Budd.
You're welcome. Can I collect those forms from you? Did everybody sign
Oh,
mine?
I gave it to him.
Oh, can I pass them?
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
I'll get them
mine.
from Kenneth.
He has mine, okay.
So if Chief Tarpley in the room, I mean, he has the last report. He has the last report.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, residents, commissioners, please accept my report as submitted for March 2025. In March, the District Heights Police Department responded for the following calls for service. They are as follows. We have one assault, one recovered auto, one theft of auto, one death report, a fraud theft, one homicide, one vandalism, 2 crash reports. We had 49 vehicle impounds and 10 other reports. The department had a total of 2 adult arrests and 5 warrant service arrests for March. And the efforts in our traffic enforcement efforts for March, we had a total of 5 DUIs, 15 seatbelt citations, 3 speeding tickets, 46 stop sign citations, and there were 46 other offense tickets issued. In addition, we did 252 total citations, 275 warnings, 6 repair orders. In our speed enforcement efforts, the speed camera citation program issued a total of 2,966 speed camera citations. We did So we did 2,966 speed citations. Our revenue for March consists of $2,775 for vehicle impounds, $3,730 in revenue for parking tickets. The speed camera program generated $59,485, and we had $100 in record requests for a total of $66,090 for the month of March for the police revenue. Code enforcement side, it also was a good time there. We issued a total of 3 commercial licenses, 7 rental licenses, 12 building permits, and 1 temporary sales permit. For revenue, we took in $3,355 for commercial licenses fee, $300 in rental fees, $3,359.82 for building permit fees, for a total of $11,315.21. I think that's the most we've had in quite some time. So we're still seeing that increase of people renewing business license and commercial licenses. So that's for the code and police side. I just want to move on really quick in my report to talk about some new exciting technology that we are we'll be getting soon. So at the beginning of this year, we applied and received a $40,000 technology grant geared towards this technology called like plate readers through this business called Flock. That's what we're going to discuss now. So Flock essentially has been with the county now for some time, and in a response to the rise increase from the stolen vehicles and thefts, they developed this technology which helps us identify those types of crimes, those cars that are used for those type of crimes. That technology is referred to as a LPR, which is a license plate reader. You may be familiar with this technology. I've talked about it a little bit before. We have some already in Woodland Springs area. They have been most helpful in solving cases. Actually, in every case I think we've had involving out of Woodland Springs, we've used those LPR systems to help close those cases. So they have a very good closure rate. So what we're looking now is to expand that program into the city and purchase that our own self. So the great thing about this is it is 100% for the next 2 years at least free for us. We are able to, with that grant, we're able to purchase a total of, you can go to the next slide. It's a total of 6 cameras, 6 LPRs, 3 surveillance cameras. Go to the next slide. And before I get to detail, so Flock pretty much has a number of different, the suite of all the products that they have. We're going to be utilizing, to start off with 2, which will be the LPR and the video cameras, surveillance cameras throughout the city. But as you see, they have a total of a whole big suite of very good products that we also will be engaging on to include. We're looking at the gun detection sensor. There's another thing that uses to tie all the cameras together in the city if people are willing to participate in that program. Next slide. So we're going to keep utilizing that. It's already here. Some of our neighboring jurisdictions already have it. For instance, Forest Heights, Sea Pleasant, Morningside, Edmonston, Hyattsville, Prince George Community College, and they're just kind of finishing up with Glenarden, Capitol Heights, and Brentwood. They'll be on board soon. So, and the good thing about that is we'll all have one big network. Those municipalities I've already talked about, and those coming on board, will already have access to shared data. So if we see a car that's reoccurring doing crimes over there, and it's in the LPR system, if it comes up our city start doing crime, those tag reads will notify our people immediately once they reach into the city. Next slide. So again, we're going to be, this purchasing that we'll be getting is for the next 2 years. We're going to use this grant for. What we're going to be getting would be the LPR, which is the license plate reader, coupled with a live surveillance camera. So if you go to the next slide, my deployment plan for that, like I said, we have 6, total of 6 cameras and license plate readers. We will be deploying, and so I'm not going to actually tell exactly where I'm going to put them.
Thank you. Thank you.
So they are somewhere
but just
around.
Tell us.
They are spread throughout.
Slide, David.
They are split throughout the incorporated city.
Yeah.
So, and what that has, and let me break down what it helps is, so it's live time surveillance and tracking of certain vehicles. And I mean live, I mean to our officers, MDTs, the computers in their cars while they're working, right? So it makes does no good going to me if I'm at home asleep, but they're able to actually get a ping either on their phone or their computer and look at that and do whatever they need to do, investigation or making type of stops as needed. So one of the ways we're trying to reduce a lot of vehicle pursuits is through technology. We had a discussion today about that. The more technology comes, the more we're using better ways to fight crime, right? So we don't always have to chase a car down. We may be able to block them in or catch them at their gas station, something like that, and track what is actually coming in and out of our city. We know there's a lot of crime that uses, a lot of people doing crime that uses our city as a pass-through, and sometimes they even stop and spread some of that crime here. I know someone's going to talk about, the safety of this aspect in terms of the privacy of this data. So there's actually a really strict law prohibiting the sharing of some of this data through the government and the state legislation. So they can't, the Flock system can't take this data. We own our data. Once we collect the tags and information, it is ours, which means ours means the police department, City of District Heights Police Department, and we do not share it, and they are not allowed to share it or sell it with another third-party vendor. It is securely saved on a server, which part of our service fees that they will hold that for us. So that's pretty much it. So that's we have to use this grant by this upcoming month, this month. So I just wanted to bring this technology to you all, let you know that we are continuing. So you'll see some more stuff going up in the city, some more technology. On top of behind that, me and Mr. Street are finishing up the last little bit on the stop sign cameras. So we will have 8 stop sign cameras coming throughout the city, which is huge. So we still have that combating that problem. So a lot of new exciting technologies coming to the city to help improve on our drivers' behavior, right? Make sure we have a safe and driving experience for the city. In greater news, for the first time in my history being here, I can say that we are officially fully staffed. Big thing to say, a lot of our departments can't say that, so we have hired our last 2 people who started Monday, 2 Mondays ago. We have a new major who will be taking over our patrol services, Major Timothy Hodge. So he's getting onboarded now, and we're getting him through the process, and once he's suited and booted, he'll be here so you guys can meet him and we get sworn in. And we have a new corporal who joined us too, comes from another local municipality who also comes with a wealth of knowledge and experience. So, and the third one is actually a young lady who will be sitting to the academy. So as we're gathering her stuff together, she will start the academy April 21st. So that will officially make us fully staffed. So,
Okay, outstanding.
yes. That is all my report for March.
Reported on a lot of good things. All right, any questions from the commission?
Just a comment.
Sure.
Um,
Commissioner Tillman.
Well, congratulations. That's the first time since I've been here that you've been fully staffed as well. So, you know, I think that's a good look. Additionally, what's the update on your youth project? Like, do you have like a youth, like, was it mentoring camp or something like that? It was like a youth something.
We was looking into a youth mentoring program. Kind of took a little backseat there due to some other issues that we were focusing on. Now that we're fully staffed and have some more officers that can kind of help out with guiding and developing that program, take some stuff off of the major here now, can take some stuff off mine and the deputy chief's plate. We're able to start focusing on that in our auxiliary program now. So hopefully we can try to get something off the ground before the summer.
Okay, yeah, exactly. David, if I recall, wasn't it like a grant or something for that? Like that was like kind of mentioned. It was something that was like $20,000 or something that we kind of used for. I gotta look back. It's like I remember something about $20,000 for like a youth, something for the cops, like the police department or something.
No, but that might be something that we can look into.
Please
and,
do, 'cause
and
I
come
think I
back.
remember hearing
So
something
it's
about
not a grant, but you know, we've had prior discussions about like police explorers and things like that, and so that might be what you're keying into.
I think there's some money in the budget for it as part of the auxiliary program, so that may be referring to.
I mean, I just checked. I don't know. I think I remember something like $20,000 for the youth something. It was like, you know, we had so many meetings.
Okay, any other questions from the commission?
Yes, I have a few questions,
Sure.
Mayor. Good evening, Chief Tarpley. Couple of code questions. Where are we on getting the code enforcement cars wrapped with our logo?
Yes, so Deputy Chief has finished the specs on that, and sent me for the final review of it. So we're kind of talking about it now, so we have the design. If we send it off, I think we're looking at, a 3-week turnaround. So maybe by, we're looking, definitely haven't done before District Heights Day, I can tell you that much. So maybe with the next, giving me about 45 days.
Okay, okay. And I know that so have we assigned a officer to CAP? I know we spoke about that prior as well.
Yes, we have taken care of that, yes.
Okay, who's the officer who's assigned?
That is Major Hodge.
And then my last question is on, again, the conversation we had, I guess 2 months ago, our public safety meeting on striping of the crosswalks. And we talked about getting with Public Works and looking at some areas so we could increase the crosswalk signage the crosswalk striping, and put some signage down on our crosswalks to say, you know, pedestrians are crossing. So just wondering where we are with getting that stuff ordered and making sure that we get that out.
Yeah, excellent question. So as Ms. Tony was up here before talking about part of our ride-along with replacing and improving our signage for the one-ways, do not enter signs, we also had discussions on painting and touching up our stop signs, stop lines, and things like that. So that's still an ongoing process now, and looking at different methods to do on that. So we're still in the middle of doing that design right now.
Okay, okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
I do have a few. Thank you. I'm glad to hear we are fully staffed. Of course, I already knew,
Yes,
but
indeed.
I'm glad to hear you say it out I do have a question about, is there any, do we need to do any type of ordinance updates to catch up with this tech, or are we good so far as that?
No, we're good on that because we're not, this is not a revenue generating thing.
Okay, so we're good with all our ordinances. I would like to just let the residents know that these things, a lot of the technology, you don't have to really worry about it because these things, the data is wiped ever so often, so your license plates and all of that stuff. And also you have to realize that when you are out, you are on video basically from the time you walk out the door. These things are also very much in part for our officers' safety. Police officers, one of the most dangerous times for a police officer is in traffic stops and surprisingly domestic violence instances. So the more often we can keep them from engaging in traffic stops and dealing with like the big stuff, it'll be better to keep our officers safe. A lot of you know our officers. We really we try to keep our staff safe. And so this technology will really put our city at the forefront of, technology and safety. A lot of these cities and municipalities are not doing these things, and they are looking to us to find these types of solutions to keep costs down. And this is actually will act as some added officers on the street. And you didn't talk about our dog.
Oh, yeah. So yes, so we are in, I'd say our middle stages of securing a therapy dog. So we're looking at a total of bringing 3 dogs to the city, maybe more, but right now, the top 3 I'm looking at is a therapy dog, a patrol dog, and a bloodhound. So right now, we have our first therapy dog we're looking at. We have a few more things to go through before we secure that. But I believe it's a 4-year-old lab, female lab. So golden lab, so very nice. So we are making steps to get everything ready for that. You see the kennel out back, and a few other things we have to procure before we go up there and pick her up. So once she's here, we will bring her in to meet everybody. After that, we're going to do our best to secure a patrol dog. That will be like an explosive dog, can smell guns and bombs, stuff like that. And then the last will be a tracking dog, which is the bloodhound. So if anyone goes missing, lost, wanders off, that bloodhound dog will find you one way or another. So.
And also, I wanted to talk about your plans for just some enhanced code enforcement. I know we're coming to the start of the year where the grass and the noise and all of that. Do you have any type of plans to talk to residents about getting ahead of this before we start getting all the calls? Because we really got to start. I know us on the commission, they usually call us first, and we really want to get our residents to start going through channels the proper way. We want to, the top-down approach it can't continue. We got to really start getting them to go through the proper channels. So is there anything that you can talk of? Is there any push that you're going to do to start tackling these things about, code enforcement and these types of issues with grass
And are you talking about in terms of staying on top of it, or in terms of
on top of it, with noise, how to report it, all of those things?
Okay, sure. We've been playing with the idea of doing some videos with Ms. Kelly and Tanisha. We're going to start doing more stuff with the Herald every month. So as you see in the Herald, we have something that featured there this month. And then what we see is that's really the repeat offenders, right? So we have the same commercial businesses that refuse to keep going on, the same homes that are abandoned and or vacant that refuse to keep in compliance with. So I know I'm working with Mr. Street and I think Ms. Cecilia's office to start enforcing those liens, right? You start getting those property liens, and once you're at a certain point in that, we can also look at maybe taking possession of that property. There's quite a few, I know there's quite a few properties that was a decent amount of money that we're probably at the point we can take them to court and take possession of those properties. So when those start coming out, I believe we'll start having more compliance from those people who do not live in the city, who still own these properties, so we'll continue to let them go unkept.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission, from the
I
commission?
have one short one, please. A question that I have been asking for a long time. I'm so happy to hear the report of an addition of our furry friend. Has it been determined yet what officers, because I know they're not only going to be an employee of the city, but they'll also be, I guess, a member of a family for an officer. Has it been determined yet what officers will be responsible for the animals?
I can't speak about for the other two that may come. For this first one, I believe it's going to be Sergeant Stevens.
Oh,
He's
okay.
volunteered to take all of the dogs. So.
Yeah, I thought Patani was. Is
He's
waiting?
more of a patrol canine.
Oh,
He likes to
okay.
get out there, and then, you know, all those dogs require a bunch of training and work. Depends on which type of edge you want to be on. So he's also has raised his hand to volunteer for a position with that too, so.
Okay.
Well, that's good. Thank you,
Okay,
Chief.
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So before I ask for a motion to approve the March 25th minutes, David, could you speak on, we have 2 new employees that'll be working
Yes, thank
with
you.
So,
So we do have one new employee here in attendance who I'd like to introduce to the commission and invite to come up to the dais if it's okay with you.
sure.
He's been very patiently waiting tonight. I'd like to welcome Mr. Darren Swain to this team, District Heights, in the position of Assistant to the City Manager for Economic Development. So, as the commission well knows, our economic development initiative is to the point where we're exiting the planning stage and going into the implementation stage. To do that, you need staff, and we happened upon a gentleman with a lot of varied and applicable experience from both the staff end and the elected end, who we think is going to be able to help us, continue to do what we like to do in District Heights, which is punch above our weight. And with that, I will let Mr. Swain introduce himself.
Thank you so very much, Mr. City Manager. And let me first and foremost say hello and greetings to Madams Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners, and to our City Clerk. I just wanted to first of all say hello. And now I have the opportunity to do that, I want to read my 200-page report. Just a joke. That was a joke. Because I know everybody's looking at me like, okay.
I don't think so.
But I just wanted to, first of all, say hello and thank you so very much for the opportunity to come aboard and be a part of this dynamic team here in the city of District Heights. As I take the dais to just to say hello, I certainly am in awe of the opportunity to be a part of such a rich, historic city such as District Heights. It sort of harkens me back to your original foundings where Major Williams and the opportunity that the Calvert family had with the tracts of land that were the original tracts that made up District Heights, and then to the founding of the city where we had the opportunity to provide housing for the returning soldiers from the World War, and then also the burgeoning federal government. We were the original tract and the original front door anyway for Prince George's County in terms of our Marlboro Pike that we are in the process of revitalizing today. So I'm excited for the opportunity to be a part of this team and to come aboard and to bring my experience and the opportunity of doing any and everything I can to help to continue the uplift of this community that you have so graciously afforded me the opportunity to do. and I look forward to being a ready partner and valued partner to this opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you. Darren Swain, welcome to the City of District Heights and to the staff.
Thank you
And
so
we
very
look
much.
forward to working with you.
We don't work here.
I look forward
It's
to
a
it.
lot of work. It's a lot of fun, though. It's a lot of fun.
So thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
being here.
Madam Mayor, if I may tee up the next item.
Uh-huh.
If it's your pleasure, we can take the budget development items, and there's something, as with every budget cycle, there's something new with these that I'd like to introduce the commission to for both a conceptual perspective as well as a on-the-ground service perspective. So toward the end of your packet, you will see a cover page staff report entitled FY26 Budget Development. There are 4 attachments to this report, including the FY26 budget ordinance for introduction. That the budget ordinance is important. However, what I'd like to draw your attention to are the first 3 attachments. What you'll see are draft service plans generated by Recreation and Culture, Family and Youth Services, and Senior Services. So one of the focuses that we've had over the last 2 years is building a service-oriented, process-driven organization that can deliver services to residents regardless of, what the situation is. And so the first tranche of service plans are coming from your health and wellness departments. They follow from a high level, a general program and activity structure. As you know, FY26 is a constrained budget environment, but that doesn't mean that the departments aren't working on their budgets and long-term plans. And so we do have Mr. Taylor, Ms. Emerson, and Mr. Thomas sticking with us later this evening to be able to answer any questions you might have and to present information about each of their individual service plans and as it pertains to their departmental budgets. And with that, that concludes my introduction.
Are there any questions from the commission? We could start with recreation. Or we can revisit unless you want to, do you
No,
want
we
to?
can work through it.
We can walk
As
through,
well.
work, okay,
We here.
okay.
All right, do I present this like the staff report? All right. Mayor and Commission, here to present the FY 2026 proposed budget for the Recreation and Culture Department.
You need a minute? Okay.
No, you go ahead.
Starting with our organization chart, there's not much change there. It's still the director, assistant director, and operations coordinator, 2 full-time recreation coordinators, and a recreation assistant. And then, of course, this summer, we will have summer camp assistants. Program and recreation services. Right now, what we're asked to do is health and wellness programs. We are establishing our gym open access. We have just completed our first introduction in a few years for youth sports with our partnership with the District Heights Boys and Girls Club. And that we just concluded the youth basketball season and establishing our facility rentals as part of our main focus. The program cultural services still include the citywide events and, of course, our holiday and cultural programs. Moving to the budget, the Recreation Department was able to provide a 15% deduction on various items, such as travel, training, and education, office supplies, contractual services, as well as recreation travel. One of the highlights I wanted to point out is that under the performance metrics, the FY 2025 estimated and the FY 2026 targets are lower due to our interest in promoting more facility rentals. The 1750 in FY 2024 included a number of programs and services which aren't currently in operation at this time. New and open gym memberships, we are looking at a target for FY 2025 of 100 new memberships. And then in FY 2026, we are looking for 150% of open gym, that's the OGM memberships, open gym memberships held by non-residents. We typically track towards a 55% non-residents. And the number of planned major city events are still averaging around 16. And the number of actual major city events is averaging around 16 as well. Number of facility rentals. In 2024, we had 24, and there is actually a mistake for 2025 and 2026. 2025, at our pace currently, as of, might as well say April 1st, but the should be changed from 24 to 46 by June 30th. And then, of course, if we spread that out to the pace for next year, it would be 92 if you include the entire year. Percent of weeks with at least one facility rental is at 59%. And going back to the top, what you may see is the adjustment for a possible part-time position, which takes it from the FY 2024 at 5.5 FTE to 6.0. Are there any questions? That concludes the overall summary of the report.
Any questions from the commission?
I do have a question, if I may. Oh, go, I'm sorry.
No, I just have one quick question. You just mentioned at the tail end that you looking at possibly hiring another part-time individual.
Yes, ma'am.
What would that individual be, their responsibilities?
Well, what the Recreation Department is interested in performing in the future is that we're looking to maximize our other areas, such as outside on the field, the workforce development space, and the fitness room as well. So when we're actually doing a facility rental in the future, we can still program outside as well.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Harcourt?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of, I guess, to piggyback off of Commissioner Jennifer. So your numbers show softness in some of the, a reduction in some of the, I don't know, David, if you can pull
recap
down, you showed softness in some of your
projections.
Yeah, and so what, if you were showing us a softness in your projections, and we're having a lean budget year, I don't understand the necessity for a new person when we're projecting less. I would anticipate that you would probably want to try to exploit what you have and do more with them, and then maybe we could get numbers to see if it would justify. But right now with these numbers, I don't see a justification for another person.
Great question, and thanks for the opportunity to kind of explain a little bit. So the numbers tracking downward It's just specifically to the gymnasium space. So our opportunity, we could try to maintain the numbers we use for facility rental and go outside, but at the same time, programming outside will also require a person to be out there the entire time. I've actually submitted earlier today that on Monday's meeting, I would love to go over a few opportunities to redo a couple of items outside, such as the press box and the snack shack, so that we can kind of operate like an office out of that space, the press box. And that would require little changes, but at a low cost. But at the same time, it would give us a opportunity to look down on the field as programs and services are going on without going back inside. So we're hoping to have some phone, a little bit of internet connection out there, and that's really about it. And then when it comes to the programs and services outside, we're looking, of course, not only just the walking program, but also sports, as well as other program classes that we aren't able to do in the inside the gymnasium. We can do them out on the field. So I kind of knew that might come up because of the numbers, of course, tracking downward. And we're still hoping to have that extra person, but at the same time, we can try to stretch what all of the current staff are doing. And then, of course, come back and meet with David and share with him the numbers, the opportunities, as well as the other potential programs and services that we can operate between Monday and Thursday, and then, of course, some Saturdays.
Well, my concern isn't necessarily about stretching what we have. I mean, when we did our survey to the public about the budget, what they wanted to see, they did suggest that we possibly get rid of some of the programming. And you did say earlier in your report that you were going to do a survey to find out specifically right size and to find out specifically what programming the residents wanted. Because I do think that some of the, and I've spoken with Vice Mayor about this, I do think that some of our programming is aspirational. When we have programming that's not necessarily a right fit for our community. When we have programming, like I said, I think some residents wanted to have a robotics program. That's aspirational for our community. To be perfectly honest, I would like to have that, but I just don't think right now, I think that's aspirational. When we can look, at our testing scores in our schools, to be perfectly frank, when you look at the data, it doesn't support having these types of programming, right? And so if it would only serve, when we look at the cost of our staff, if it would only serve 5 people, and David, you know how I think about these things, that's not a good use of our staff and our resources. I would rather have a staff person that would be able to facilitate a program that would support 15 people as opposed to a boutique program that would only serve 5 people. So we have to really start thinking about how we can use our resources to get the biggest bang for our buck. I don't want to use a staff person to do something that's niche. We need to be able to satisfy, our staff person to have a more far-reaching reach with our residents. If it's just going to have 5 or 10 people, I don't think that's a good use of our resources. And some of these things, we're going to just have to cut wholesale because that's what residents said they wanted to do. And we also don't want to overextend our staff because that's not a good use of resources either. But right now, I just don't think these numbers justify another person.
Just keep in mind that the 1750 and FY 2024 consisted of several programs and services that were very popular that are no longer available. And they're no longer available due to access and availability of the gym space. So we still want to utilize the facility rentals for the partnership opportunities and leveraging those partnerships for services and resources. But at the same time, when they're inside the gymnasium, we're still going to have a couple, 2 to 3 staff inside.
I understand that, but
and we would like to go outside.
I understand that, but like I told David, we really have to, our first priority should be our residents. These rental, I struggle with all of these. I do understand the relationships with these and these partnerships, but our first priority should be to our residents. They should have first use of these facilities. When you think about what government is and the role of government, and with the residents pay taxes, these are their resources first. Everything else is secondary. Government is not a revenue generator. I think people have a misconstrued opinion about what government is. It's not to generate revenue. If we break even every year at zero in the budget, that is a perfectly run government, right? And so, so what I'd like to do is, if these kids, if it was to me, if these kids wanted the gym, and it was a partner that wanted the gym, I would give it to the kids.
I agree.
And so that should be our thought process. If it's the residents, if it's our seniors, and if it's our children that want the gym, it should be them first. I'm uncomfortable with 94 rentals in a year on weekends.
It's not just.
I understand that, but this is an example. But that number should be, that needs to go down.
And to your point, and I agree, Commissioner Harcourt, that's just a projection at the pace
understand.
that we're going right now.
I don't like that projection.
Right. And we're prepared, of course, to facilitate, what we're asked to perform. But what we're doing now is trying to leverage both opportunities while still servicing the metrics that you pointed out in regards to
The resources are for our community first.
And to your point, I have what I believe is a great idea that I want to share with city management, and as well as our team first on Monday during our leadership team meeting. And that will be a way of not only continuing to leverage the partnerships with the facility rentals, but also establishing an open gym membership for our youth, as well as all the way up to our seniors, that they can get the most bang for their money when it comes to the gym memberships. And of course, if approved, Mayor and Commission will be able to see those metrics and items and opportunities.
Well, we should right-size the programming with the staff that we have.
Okay.
Before we start taking on anybody else.
Oh,
Right
okay.
now, I think we should
Hold off.
We should right-size our programming to who we have. And, anything outside of that, it's gonna be a tough budget year. We got stuff coming on that's gonna cost us money.
Yes, I understand. We've talked about, this is a very conservative budget year coming up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we need free.
Okay, so we will continue the conversation on this, because this is our budget time.
Well, really
Yes,
quick.
but all great
So,
points.
If I could say one thing, just really quick. So, just to kind of piggyback on what Jeff said, that's exactly what I was talking about a few weeks ago as far as prioritizing our residents. We have workforce development coming the whole week of summer camp. Workforce development program that's happening the whole week. That's not prioritizing our residents. They want to come for open gym, but if we keep having these programs from these partners, then that's taken away from our youth. And that's one thing we really have to kind of, start talking about, is the time it takes to set up that day before and the time it takes to implement that. So, I agree with Jeff about adding that additional staff, because they have to set up on a Friday and they only have 40 hours per week. So we need an extra person. And then we also have to be mindful about the outside sports. We have soccer happening right now.
So,
We have soccer happening. We have so many activities happening outside, and no one's there to watch them people outside.
We have intersectionality. We have other staff members. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to make some overtime.
We don't. because there's no overtime.
Okay,
Can we
so,
table- can we
yeah, we
table
need to,
this for the
because this
time?
is going to be a continuing conversation on how we're going to staff moving forward. So, thank you.
No, no problem. And
Oh,
thank
you
you
had a
as well.
question?
Yeah, I did have one question or comment just
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
on the programming specifically. And I know we've said this in the past in various ways, but I want to be clear since we're in the budgeting process and this is the time to do it. I really want to see some targeted programming for people who are working aged. We have a lot of programming across the agency, across the government that is focused on youth and seniors. And we've totally left out our working aged group. The folks who are out working their butts off all day, we don't have any programming that's tailored to them here at the building. And I don't know what that should be. I think that's for all of us to think about and brainstorm ideas. We've talked about an artscape event. I know when we have District Heights Day, the concerts are very, very popular with everyone. But we really need to find a way to target a large group of people that we're not focusing on. We're really not. And you know, just to be quite honest, if I wasn't involved in District Heights in the way I was, I would not go to any of this programming. It's not tailored to me at all as a working age person. And so I really would like us to address that going into this budget year.
Then I have to share that at the rate of the rentals that we have, to put a program aside the gymnasium space would be challenging, but we're working on it.
So, exactly. So I'm just saying that we need to think about it, right? Because if that is our goal, then we can move other things around to focus on that goal, right? And again, I think we do need to, I'd say we table the conversation around the events because, you know, last year we had that discussion around the night rentals, and that was one piece of it. And we may need to have a second part of that conversation about the community partners. This is what it's sounding like, and I think we should have a separate time to discuss that. But I just want to convey that, you know, whatever the case may be, if it's a reoccurring program, a one-off event, I just want to see something that's tailored to working age folks.
No problem.
It could even just be something once a month, but it should be something.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
No
So
problem.
we're going to table that and talk more about it. But I just want to say on the youth development part, I understand the angst about the days, but at the end of the day, we need to instill in our young people other things to think about, their future. You know, they're in high school. If there are resources, and that's what they don't get at the schools. And so if Employ Prince George's is providing that, that's a great pipeline for us that they come here. So there are some sacrifices that we have to make, but we'll work everything out.
And
You know.
to all your great points, the rec department is also working on a way to share with you all for your review and approval, some adjustments for the facility rentals as well. So we are inside the lab
Yeah.
with all of these considerations, and all of your points are valid. So
Okay.
I appreciate the challenge and looking
Okay.
forward to
Yeah.
actually knocking this out the park.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr.
Appreciate
Taylor.
you.
Okay. You pointing to yourself? Katrina. I know it's late. We still have things on the agenda that we have to take care of.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and all of us that are still hanging in here, whether you're online or in person. As you can see, the YSB, we have our service plan here. It does give you a department summary, so it gives you some context of why we do what we do. Understanding, I just highlighted a few things. From 2016 to 2020, the percentage of children aged 3 to 17 experiencing anxiety or depression rose from 9.4% to 11.8% in the state, marking a 25% increase. Of course, the pandemic has significantly affected the mental health of Maryland's youth, leading to increased feelings of sadness and hopelessness. In 2021, PG County had an emergency room rate of 6.2 per 1,000 eligible children and young adults for behavioral health issues, which is lower than the statewide rate of 11.7 per 1,000. And then, of course, PG County, with its unique concerns, has 218 mental health providers per 100,000 in the population, which is below the Maryland average of 343 per 1,000. But if you're looking at those numbers, that's dangerous. And it's very concerning. So understanding that Prince George's County has its own specific concerns, especially when it comes to substance abuse patterns and mental health provider availability, but addressing those challenges requires targeted interventions, increased access to mental health services, and community engagement to support the mental health and well-being of children and adolescents in Prince George's County. So just to give you a summary of all of that, what the YSB does is provide that intervention, boots on the ground. No, I don't have my fan, but being able to be there for our clients, especially our residents. We're literally across the street from Woodland Springs, and a lot of the kids and the feedback that we get is that we love coming here. It's a safe space with all of the programming that we do provide. So that is what I am up here to talk about a little bit of our budget. I know the service plan is a little bit extensive, but I do want to talk about some of the programming and activities that we do offer. Of course, primarily is mental health counseling services, individual, group, and family. You've heard me speak of this multiple times, but also we do crisis intervention. In prior years and currently, if the police bring anyone to our door that they are struggling, we will attend to them. If we're not in session, we're available. A clinician will come out and address the situation with the family and provide that supportive service directly, and then provide resources if a family is in need of going to the emergency room. Our community information and referrals, we're always out in the community providing information and resources to our community members. And then, of course, our substance abuse and assessment. We are part of Prince George's County Safe and Drug-Free Schools program. We have been since I've been here at the YSB. And so individuals that are suspected of tobacco, alcohol, substance use, what they can do with some of the agencies in the county is that they can call us, come in and complete a program for psychoeducation, and that's an alternative to expulsion. So the school is trusting us to provide that psychoeducation to the kids and their families, and then providing, I would say, a letter of commitment and completion so that they can enroll back in school. If they don't, they are continued to be suspended, if not expelled from the school. And then, of course, our program administration is management and supervision. As you see our mandate here, we are mandated under COMAR, Maryland Code of Regulations, about youth service bureaus and what our newly hired are working towards their independent clinical license in social work. All of the LCPCs are independently licensed by the state. Our service levels, as you can see in the last few years, you can see our average caseload per therapist has at the cost to the city because we are able to bill for private insurance and Maryland Medicaid. Now, there are only two of us that are able to do that now, which is myself and Cherie Leonard. What we are working on for between this year and next fiscal year, once they are eligible, all of the clinical staff will be able to be credentialed so that they will be able to take insurance, which will bring revenue back into the youth service bureaus to the city. And so We know how Maryland Medicaid works. We know how our private insurers work. So it is a great way to offset the cost of the operating expenses for the city. And in addition to that, we are working on having, it's taken the weight off of me, but building our internship program. And so that now that we'll have more clinicians on site that can provide supervision, what we were not able to do before, because we did not have a social worker on staff, is that we could not supervise social workers. But now that we do have 2 on staff, once they are clinically licensed independently, they can provide supervision for training for social workers. So that increases access to community members for services, but it also increases the city's visibility as being a hub for clinical services. LCPCs and social workers, licensed social workers, LMSWs or LCSWs, we provide similar services, but of course it's easier for social workers to gain access and provide case management to those families. So having a robust training program provides access to more clinicians under our supervision. So with a multitude, I think the most that we have had with 2 clinicians that were licensed were 4 interns. We can take on more, and then we can provide those services year-round. It is a goal of ours to run groups year-round so that people will be able to have contact with a therapist. Whether you're on the wait list for services, you can be enrolled in a group, and then you can get individual services. And those individuals who are successful in completion, we just don't want to drop them off, and that's why you see a lot of our programs like the Parent Support Group, or you see the family engagement activities, but they can exit out of individual services and move into a group service and then be able to get the support. Because our goal is to make sure that we are so embedded in this community with the services that we offer that therapy is just, a call away. And we can do that, and we can provide that. So that's what we're working on. As you look into the budget, I'm not going to talk about salaries, but that's out of my jurisdiction. But when we talk about our operating budget, you notice that there is a new line for computer software. I've had a conversation with David. In order for us to continue to provide these high-level services, there are some technology items that are essential to the services that we provide. If you've all been to the YSB, which I know you have, we have that beautiful, beautiful camera system that allows us to record our sessions, providing supervision and also providing evidence-based services to our families. So making sure that we have access to our in-house cameras, providing those services, that is a contracted service. And it's been definitely helpful in our training. It's definitely helpful in our being able to provide the best well-rounded services to our clients. As I am supervising, I can't be in the room with my clients. So it allows me to review the sessions for my staff and also to provide supervision to interns as well. And then also we have our CarePaths website, and that's where we have our electronic health records. And so we keep that. That's been maintained since, I want to say 2014, when we went paperless. So it is just a hub for us. It's a cloud-based service that we continue to keep that. And then we also have our, we purchased it last year, and we moved from this type of intake software. Instead of pulling paper assessments, we are able to go to our hub, which is Green Space Mental Health. All of the youth services bureaus have transitioned into Green Space, so I would say it's a one-stop shop. So when we're doing monthly reporting, when we're doing state reporting, all of these health assessments are all state mandated for us. And so it's another cloud-based hub that allows us to provide this service to our families. What we love about it is the ability that our clients don't have to be in session with us. It's in real-time progress. We're able to send out timely reports and assessments that our clients are able to see feedback in real time. Because those of us who have been in counseling services, you go in and you review your treatment plan with your clients, and sometimes that's 90 days, and it's all subjective. Mm-hmm. Having the Green Space allows us to send assessments to our clients, and they can fill them out in real time, and what the system does is create a timeline of progress for them. So if clients have a hard time with transitioning out of services, it reinforces the work that they have done. It lets them see their own progress, and if we're noticing situations where suicidal ideation is present, it will flag for us so that we can assess the situation in real time, which takes away from individuals ending up in the emergency room. So. I know that was a lot.
Any questions or comments from
Does
the
that
commission?
incorporate- I'm sorry.
Yes.
I do.
Yeah,
Does
okay.
that incorporate automatic, AI in it to do that?
So with it, it's
Artificial
a,
intelligence? Or
it's a tracking software. So what the assessment does is it's just reporting. So it doesn't do any inference for us, but it will track if certain questions are answered for safety of the individual. And it'll flag and it'll let us know.
Okay.
Yes, on the account for the individual. So we're really happy with Green Space.
I'm
And it
fine with
saves
that.
trees.
I'm tired, I'm just.
No,
Yeah.
no, you're
but
fine.
You know what I'm saying. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you. Senior Services, Tamiko Thomas.
Mayor, Commissioners, and guests again. Just wanted to give a brief overview of where we are with the budget and the plan moving forward. So when we started Senior Center, at least my team being here, the goal was to improve socialization, physical fitness, mood, memory, and cognitive flexibility. So when we started with about 5 core programs, and we made sure that all those programs fit one of those categories to be in line with what a senior center is supposed to be as defined by the National Council on Aging. From those 5 programs, we've grown to about 15. And every one of our 15 programs still fits one of those particular categories. We started with a model with 1 FTE and some volunteers. We've had to grow that both for safety and our growth. We started out on the first, November 7th, as I mentioned before, we had about 170 monthly check-ins. We're now at 760. So with that, we are definitely trying to make sure we have enough staff and funding for programming. Being that we're in a conservative budget year, we found some creative ways to continue programming and even change it without spending any more additional dollars. Those things include finding neighborhood partners that are willing to come in and give their time in a nature that is repetitive so we can schedule it. Lean on some of our partners like PG County Sage and a few others that I listed before to keep the program fresh and also keep it at a minimal cost. That explains where we are in terms of budget and staff. Right now, we are scheduled to have 3 FTEs and 2 part-time positions, and I think that will sustain us in being able to cover the building safely when we have large crowds, but also extend our programming as we get more and more participation moving forward. The projected budget was just slightly more than what our actual budget is. These numbers were taken from 6 months of our data in terms of cost. We kind of duplicated that to make a year's budget. We've only been open with full service offerings for 6 months. Some of these numbers are projections, so they're pretty good ones for us to move forward. And that is all.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
Were you able, I do have a question.
Sure.
Were you able to project any type of anticipated grant opportunities or anything like that?
Yeah, we're working right now to see if we can extend our, especially our transportation grant, because we're underfunded for that. But I talked to Dr. Austin about some grants that are coming up through NCOA, so we're definitely trying to get those things covered.
Okay.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Okay, thank you.
Also, I just wanted to mention that we are in the setup stage right now, or startup stage. We've only been offering full service programming for 6 months. After we get established and get all our FTEs filled, we're definitely going to pivot toward a more community-friendly and trying to increase our footprint in the community a little more once we have staff to cover it. Right now it's a little tough because we have a standing building, because we have a lot of folks coming in there, which we're happy about. But once we have those people in place, we'll look at some other things to increase our footprint, which includes activities with veterans, some other communities going out to some of the senior buildings that have people that can't get out. So those are some of the things we have in mind. We just have to get to.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So are we doing something with this ordinance number DH 2025?
I do ask that you go ahead and introduce the budget ordinance, and then the remaining items on the agenda are two relatively quick closed sessions.
And we have to adopt the minute. We have to.
We got that one on the consent
On the
agenda.
consent,
Yep.
okay, good.
So the remaining, I think the remaining motion is for the introduction of the budget ordinance, and then the motion to go into and come out of closed session.
I was looking for my cheat sheet.
I have it on the screen for your reference in just a moment.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it. I got it. There you go. Yeah. So, item 13 is the FY 2026 budget process, health and wellness. Okay, got that. The motion is around to approve the introduction of DH 2025-02 FY 26 budget ordinance as provided in attachment 4. Could I get a motion for this ordinance?
I can take it, Mayor.
Okay.
I need to wake up, perk up a little bit. I, Commissioner Janifer, move that the City Commission approve the introduction of DH 2025-02 FY 2025 budget ordinance as provided in attachment 4.
Could I get a second?
Commissioner Tillman, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you for that. We are now ready to go into closed session. Could I get a motion to go into closed session?
Commissioner Harcourt moved to go into closed session.
Could I get a second?
Vice Mayor Gomez seconds.
All in favor? Aye. My motion carries 4-0. We are now getting ready to go into the closed session.
I don't know why I am so tired all of a sudden.
Really? Bingo.
Oh, that's
Yeah, he's okay.
We have returned back from our closed session. Do we have any comments, announcements for tonight before I ask for a motion to adjourn this meeting? Could I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Commissioner Harcourt, move to adjourn.
Could I get a second?
Commissioner Tillman, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, meeting has been adjourned.